or until a certain number of bullets are fired. Again, prioritizing the counterplay experience, we still haven't given her the ability to one-shot on critical hits. However, as power compensation, we've drastically increased the hitbox-wise of her sniper bullets, and they can now pierce straight through enemies. Crucially, non-critical hits will also deal incredibly high damage, completely shredding any damage fall off at range. The ultimate goal here is to preserve that pure sniping experience for players who love it, while using the framework of an ultimate to grant it the immense, devastating power it deserves. Finally, we've retained Black Widow's sprint and super jump, entirely removing their stamina restrictions. Her spinning kick will also stay, and we've introduced a brand new ability. When Black Widow is airborne, she can launch toward the target location and slam her Widow Spike gauntlets down, dealing AoE damage to nearby enemies. Our vision here is to make Black Widow's close quarters melee combos flow much more seamlessly, handing her some serious aggressive burst capability. Overall, we hope these adjustments will make Black Widow a highly competitive flanking duelist. You can experience all the details for yourself once the update goes live. Let's look forward to her performance in the new season. Now, let's chat about the dynamic changes to team-up abilities in the new season. Hawk infuses ranging gamma energy into a massive metallic broadsword forged by Magneto, granting Magneto to an all-new ability, Gamma Blade. Once activated, he can launch the colossal gamma-infused sword forward. Upon hitting the enemy or the environment, it triggers a chain of violent explosions, dealing massive damage to all enemies in the area. Hawk also infuses gamma energy into Jeff the Landshark's Driver Splash. Upon activation, Jeff splits out a stream of glowing green gamma water. Continuously watering an ally with it will directly mutate them into a team-up anchorman. Wait a minute, I think I grabbed the wrong script. Let's try that again. Now, let's officially talk about epic evolution of team-up abilities. The team-up abilities brought an entirely new, deeply Marvel gameplay experience to Marvel rivals. Since launch, they've mostly received immense praise from all of you, especially during the first year. As we've continued to operate and update the game, we've always kept a close eye on the community's discussion regarding team-ups. Things like hoping certain fun team-ups stay around forever, wanting everyone to have an active team-up ability, wishing team-ups sync up better with base abilities, and begging for Hawk and Cloak and Dagger to not always just be in Anchor Gel. During the team-up update process each season, as the sheer number of abilities grew, our dev team gradually started feeling the strain. Some of the newer team-ups started feeling a bit uninspired, existing just for the sake of ticking off an update box. Once we realized this, we decided it was time to absolutely revolutionize the team-up system. Now, every single hero will possess two completely independent team-up ability loadouts. The ability granted by these loadouts vary. Some are entirely new standalone abilities, while others replace an existing base ability. But either way, they will grant the hero a fresh, far more engaging combat experience. Players can pre-select one of these team-up loadouts outside the match based on their preferred playstyle and utilize it in-game. If a player wants to swap to their other team-up loadout mid-match, they can do so freely in the spawn room. Every team-up loadout will feature a base effect and an enhanced effect. The base effect primarily dictates the fundamental form of the team-up ability, including its controls, core mechanics, and visual presentation. This base effect will be active regardless of whether any team-up ability partner is on your team. The enhanced effect, on the other hand, mostly acts as a powerful buff to the base effect, though a few will offer additional ability variations. The enhanced effect requires the team-up member to be actively playing in the match to activate. Let's use an example to illustrate. Hawk has two distinct team-up loadouts, and players can choose one of the following to use in battle. Inspired by Captain America's unyielding spirit, Hawk becomes an absolute immovable force in combat. This base effect adds a new active ability. When used directly, Hawk leaps straight up and violently slams the ground, dealing AoE damage to nearby enemies. He can also activate this ability mid-air during Incredible Leap, triggering the same ground slam effect upon landing. Following the slam, embodying Cap's never surrenders attitude, Hawk erupts in the face of adversity. All his normal ability cooldowns are reduced based on his current remaining health. The lower his health drops, the greater the cooldown reduction. Hawk gets this ability and effect regardless of whether Captain America is actively on the team. Now, let's look at the enhanced effect. Building on the base effect, the slam deals even higher damage, while also breaking the enemy's will to fight, applying a debuff that increases the damage they take. This effect only activates if Captain America is on the team. For his second loadout, Wolverine's Rage awakens Hawk's inner violence, making him more aggressive in battle. This base effect adds a new active ability that, when used, sends Hawk into a furious state, instantly buffing his move speed and attack speed. It also adds a new passive ability where, upon dropping below a certain health threshold, Hawk enters an unstoppable state fueled by sheer rage, granting him full CC immunity. Again, Hawk gets this ability and effect regardless of whether Wolverine is on the team. Now, for his enhanced effect, when Wolverine and Hawk are in the same lineup, Hawk can throw Wolverine forward. At the same time, Wolverine triggers Basca Crawl Strike while Hawk enters the Furious state. This Furious Fastball special is completely independent of the base active ability, meaning Hawk effectively gets two chances to actively trigger his Furious state. Again, this effect only activates if Wolverine is on the team. Taking community feedback to heart, we comb through every single team-up ability released since launch, and cherry-pick the absolute most fun and engaging ones, retrofitting them into the new team-up system structure. So, in Season 9, players will get to see the return of some classic team-ups, such as Metallic Chaos and Ammo Overload. Of course, we've also designed a ton of incredibly fun, entirely new team-up abilities. For example, Venom will receive the Cosmic Blessing of the Phoenix Force. He gains a new active ability that, when activated, raises his symbiote tendrils in Cosmic Phoenix Flames, swapping out his primary attack for a fiery tendril cliff that aggressively sweeps the area in front of him. When Venom and Phoenix team up on the field, the Phoenix Force that Venom wields is heavily buffed. Every hit from his Furious Whip will apply a spark stack to enemies, reach 3 stacks, and violently detonate dealing massive extra damage. For the sake of time, we won't showcase every single new team map here. You can jump in and explore them all for yourself once Season 9 launches. Moving forward, we won't be constantly shuffling around and adding team-up combination every single season like before. Instead, we will focus heavily on the macro performance of the team-up system as a whole, optimizing and balancing the ones that are underperformance. And of course, for any newly added heroes, we will deeply design them to ensure they launch with completely fun and useful team-up loadouts. This team-up system update is easily the most massive overhaul we've done to the combat system since launch, and it's going to shake up the meta in unprecedented ways. Furthermore, the new team-up roster includes a good amount of cross-role synergies. For example, some vanguards and Dirits will be able to output healing, while some Dirits and strategies can provide incredible survival utility. Strategies that traditionally lack burst healing will gain potent baseline healing capabilities, and strategies lacking aggressive utility will secure stronger initiation of healing tools. The new team-up system radically shatters the established capability boundaries of the heroes, cracking team comp possibilities wide open. We can't wait to see what team compositions you make full of enhanced heroes and villains. Furthermore, the team-up anchor mechanic from the previous system has been completely scrapped in this update, alongside its corresponding flat numerical buffs. As a result, we will be slowly re-evaluating the raw strengths of those specific heroes as well as some others. We are stepping into Season 9 with a just plan for Season 8.5's dominant overperformance, like Cyclops and Rocket Raccoon, while significantly buffing underperformers like Thor, The Thing, Black Cat, and Storm, bringing their lethality and utility back up to par. Altogether, this balanced pass touches roughly 80% of our entire hero roster. Because the list of all these tricks is so massive, I won't read them out here. You can dig into the hub numbers in the balance post releasing shortly after this video. Beyond tweaking the heroes themselves, Season 9.0 introduces two massive global system changes. First up, the brand new team-up system inevitably introduces way more numerical variables into the mix. Team fights are going to be infinitely more chaotic and hyper-aggressive. We found in playtesting that this consistently led to ultimate abilities training together far too frequently and snowballing matches prematurely. So, after exhaustive testing, we've decided to further nerf the overall energy acquisitions rate for ultimate abilities. Post-nerf, the average time to earn an ultimate will feel nearly identical to how they play in recent patches. Secondly, we are adding an entirely new health mechanic to the game, regenerative shields. Regenerative shields function under the exact same logic as base health. Any mechanic that calculates off base health, like percentage base healing or percentage base damage, treats regenerative shields exactly as if it were regular health. But here is the difference. If a hero managed to completely avoid taking damage for 5 solid seconds, their regenerative shields will automatically kick in, rapidly recharging to full capacity over the next 5 seconds. For instance, if a hero has 300 regenerative shields, it will rebuild at 60 per second. If they have 150, it builds at 30 per second. We are strictly adding regenerative shields to high mobility heroes who excel at flanking and diving. This new health type massively buffs the baseline mistake forgiveness of these hypermobile characters during solo or angle duels, significantly reducing the downtime before they can jump back into the fray. Simultaneously, this cuts down on the sheer number of teammates a strategist has to constantly monitor, heavily alleviating overall team healing pressure. Realistically speaking, accurately predicting the exact meta strengths of every team-up combination with the addition of regenerative shields is going to be extremely challenging right out of the gate. Plus, the reactions generated by different team-up synergies with new team compositions will undoubtedly perform entirely differently across various levels of play. Therefore, the overarching philosophy for the Season 9.0 patch is supporting a stable and smooth transition into this entirely new era of Marvel Rivals gameplay. As we plug into this radical new season, we will be constantly monitoring the moment-to-moment experience of the new team-ups and checking the meta closely across all competitive brackets. If things break, we won't hesitate to step in with rapid hotfixes or patches. If you guys run into any rough spots, please give us your feedback ASAP. Plus, the upcoming mid-season finals will be played on the Season 9 patch, featuring the brand new team-up system. We absolutely can't wait to see the incredible plays our pros are going to pull off. Ignite the battle!
As you just saw, this summer we are rolling out a truly massive new update. This isn't just about tweaking a few team-up abilities or adjusting the anchors. It's a systemic, full roster, ground-up rework that will bring an incredibly fresh and fun dynamic to combat. And of course, in Season 9, Black Widow will also receive a major rework. But that's not all. A new season means highly anticipated new heroes. Grab your strays because Jubilee is bringing her explosive mutant energy to Marvel Rivals in Season 9. Jubilee is a strategist, a lively manipulator of fireworks, who can control vibrant energy plasmoids in combat to heal her teammates, while simultaneously damaging and blinding enemies. And for the grand final, her ultimate ability unleashes a lethal, dazzling fireworks show across the battlefield. This season, we are also turning our sights to the Collapse timeline. As the very first mutant in the Collapse timeline, Apocalypse personally witnessed the world burn to ashes in the crossfire of the War of the Gods. In the eyes of this evolutionary arbiter, the species that needed to be cooled was no longer frail humanity, but rather the very gods who had failed the mortals. However, just as Apocalypse was absorbing the fate of all deities, attempting to ascend to godhood and reshape the order of the collapsed universe, a mysterious assassin pierced his chest. When the heroes arrive in Vibez to investigate the death of Apocalypse, they hit a dead end, only for 3 deeply mysterious murders to occur sequentially entirely within their own ranks, casting an even more impenetrable shadow over the entire incident. To dive into this mystery, we prepared an interactive Death of Apocalypse detective minigame. We invite everyone to sift through the endless lies and uncover the one truth. Our brand new convoy map, Vibez, will officially go live following the update on July 23rd. Stay tuned. Following the update on July 30th, our brand new game mode, Path to Doomsday: Avengers: Age of Ultron, will take everyone straight into Avengers Tower and Ultron's data space to battle Ultron and his mechanical army. At the same time, we'll be launching a series of events in the Times Square lobby, so look forward to that. In Season 9, verified college students will get access to a new location of 10 costumes and MVPs. We welcome all college students to verify their university email to unlock these exclusive benefits. From July 29th to August 1st, the Marvel Rivals Ignite Series mid-season finals will be taking over Los Angeles, USA. 10 top teams from our 4 major global regions will battle it out on stage, competing for the very first World Championship title of the competitive year. We'd absolutely love for you all to come out and experience the hype live. For more ticketing details, please keep an eye on our social media channels. We have been holding our tongue on this version update for so long, and we couldn't be happier to finally talk about it. We actually started planning our team up overhaul just under a year ago. Over the last few seasons, we've been closely following the community's discussions regarding team ups, and honestly, the pressure has been immense, especially over the past 2 seasons. Right before recording every dev video, Zhiyong and I would debate, should we just test the overhaul now? We thought dropping the news early might alleviate some of the pressure from the community, but every time, we ultimately decided not to. We wanted to be completely responsible, to only announce it once we had successfully built it, run the tests, and thoroughly verified the gameplay experience ourselves. That's always been our style. So the time is now. Grab your friends and jump into what is easily the biggest update to Marvel Rivals since the game launched. Ignite the battle!
They were a little short on. All of those examples prove that
continue to get worse. I know you have. Everybody can feel it at this point. Every single year, all of a sudden, you're paying more and getting less back. Hardware is constantly falling out of reach. Monetization is spun out of control. Your ownership is constantly in question. The price of games continues to go up, yet the games themselves continue to lose quality. The games industry is bigger, more profitable, and more culturally dominant than it has ever been in its entire existence, and it's not even close. There's not a single industry that can even touch it at this point. Yet, for whatever reason, the games themselves feel more desperate, more compromised, and more hostile towards the audience. And that is not by accident. For years, the games industry built up your trust and loyalty by selling you video games, toys, art, entertainment. We bought these games because we wanted them. We owned these games because we paid for them, and we supported it because it gave us something back. But somewhere, at some point, that changed. The whole equation flipped. They stopped treating these games like video games and started treating them like financial instruments, like leverage. And almost in perfect unison, the entire industry started building services and systems designed to control you, to remove your choice, and to continue to make money from you long after the sale. It didn't start like this. This was never the plan. It evolved into this. And to be able to understand why and how, we have to look back before looking forward. So today, I want to talk about the villain in all of this. I want to talk about how Wall Street ruined video games. Sorry for the sad state of things. I'm getting ready to move right now, but I just wanted to give a shout out to Starforge Systems, who sponsored today's video. This wouldn't have been possible without them, and I greatly appreciate it. If you guys are interested in a new PC or a pre-built PC, they have the best PCs in the universe. Go ahead and check out the link in the description and in the pinned comment. I love these guys. PlayStation, filling the world with emotion through the power of creativity and technology. Xbox, bringing the joy and community of gaming to everyone. Nintendo, to put smiles on the faces of everyone we touch. Look around the games industry, or really any industry, and you will find statements like this everywhere. Every major company has some version of a purpose statement. It is supposed to answer a very simple question: why do we exist beyond making money? On paper, this core principle is supposed to be these companies' North Star. It's the thing that guides every single decision that they make and keeps them focused on the service they provide, not only to their customers, but also to society as a whole. And that's the most important word here, service. These companies built their brands, fortunes, and dominance by serving their audiences, by making things that people wanted, by competing with one another for your time, attention, and money. But over the last decade and a half, and especially over the past couple of years, the biggest companies in gaming have moved further and further away from that idea. They stopped serving their audience. They stopped seriously competing with one another. And because of that, more and more, these guys have now started moving together towards the same goal, gaining leverage over the industry, over the medium, and over the people who are playing these games. Annual franchises, DLCs, microtransactions, live service, digital games, mobile games, subscription platforms, rising prices, rising budgets, consolidation, commoditization, surveillance, the removal of value, the removal of ownership, enshittification. We have watched a rapid and violent evolution of a still relatively young industry, something that started as toys, as a hobby, as entertainment, and then slowly became a self-serving, profit-seeking machine that is trying to crush both its creators and its customers under its boot. And it all started in the 2000s. At the start, the games industry was basically just a seasonal toy business. Even as gaming exploded through the late 80s and 90s, it was built around one simple idea: make something cool, fun, and exciting enough that people actually want it under their Christmas tree. You just made the game, you sold the game, and if people loved it, they'd come back for the next one. And for a long time, these companies understood that that trust was everything. After the crash in 1983, gaming was this risky, unstable, and maybe even a fad of a business. But Nintendo rebuilt that trust by obsessing about quality and the relationship with their customers. The NES was not just a console, it was the proof that the games industry needed that they could be trusted again. And if you guys really want some whiplash, Nintendo for the NES had a 20-year repair lifeline. They honored that up until
showing how AI is paving the way for gaming assistants. Today we are announcing the System Assistant feature is coming to the NVIDIA app as an experimental release. Project G-Assist is powered by your RTX GPU, and you can interact with it using simple voice or text commands. Let's check it out. G-Assist can answer all sorts of questions about your system, including hardware and software. You can type into the overlay chat window, how does DLSS frame generation work? Or just speak to it. Let's do a system check. Am I up to date on my drivers? G-Assist uses a small language model that runs locally and can call NVIDIA's own APIs and those from a third party like Corsair, Logitech, MSI, and Nanoleaf. Let's try changing our room lighting. Change my room lighting to rainbow. My PC fans are a little bit loud. Let's do something about that. Can you set my fans to quiet mode? G-Assist is talking to our MSI motherboard. It can control fan speeds on the fly.
until 2007. I used that when I was a kid in 2001 after my
sugar.
You got them all!
By the hoary hosts of Hulk! Power from the one below all! Ionic magic! Ionic magic! I've got you! Gotta make this count. Let's go, reporting for duty. Let's fight it up! Thor's fury! I am Groot! I am Groot! Symbiotic Titan! We are Venom! grand illusion. You cannot hurt me. You cannot hurt me. My soul persists. Immortal. Battle Fury burn! Thank you, sister.
Spider-Net upgraded!
Nice working with you, kid. Flame on! Ready to rock, big fella?
Ready as I'll ever be, kid.
Coming at you!
Yikes, that's hot. That's the stuff. That's the stuff.
Diamond and snow! Cold snap! Diamond and snow! Priceless! Bionic Siphon! Bionic Siphon! Hawk all foes! The hell with me! Found you! The hell with it! A grand illusion! A grand illusion! Courtesy of my brother! Magnetic field! Magnetic field! Deal me in!
They call me the Punisher.
Lights out. Lights out. A gift from Loki. I have many faces. The more the merrier.
A spitting image! Smoker! For my next trick,
We are one!
hey, mind if I join you, pal?
Allied combatants! Allied combatants! This is my unnatural selection!
Magic! Magic! What a remix! A nice deep freeze.
Our bond strengthens! Sword!
mode. Stealth mode.
Have energy. Polar opposites. Two of a kind.
Feed on this!
Oh, clean up drop!
You're my kind of love. You're my kind of love.
Blessed by the heavens! Feel the wrath of the goddess! The jaws of fate! Light the skies! Hurricane incoming! The wind burns with fury!
Perfect balance.
Psionic arrow!
Full volley.
I want your soul!
A sea of pain!
Another chance to strike. There and back again. Tempest unleashed. Vibranium storm. Things are looking bright. A healing gift. This should catch him. Beware, conscious fist.
Squirrel! Squirrel! Coming at ya! Webs away!
Cosmic rounds. Enhanced ammo.
All systems smash!
Gamma Pulse!
Partners like the old days. Spider bomb. Counting down.
The light fuels me. Ancient secrets revealed.
Stack 'em up. Load it up. Time to rearm. I'll take a stab. Pandemonium! Trap set! for a comeback. Soul mark set. Back and better than ever. Ooh, like a butterfly, baby.
Ancient bloodline. Fear the night. Lunar strike. Steel.
Shine with me. Light guide me. Psionic link. Step aside. You're mine.
Kinetic Canuck coming through. Endless fury. Ooh, that tingles. Getting psyched. Rage. Rage. Rock solid. Rock solid.
Fire and acid. Fire and acid. Phoenix Fist. Phoenix Fist.
Righteous vengeance. Righteous vengeance. Proteus charge. All charges stand.
Doing this or what? Order up! Doing this or what? Thank goodness this book has pictures.
my prey.
Vibranium burst!
At full potential! Energy enhanced! Right on target! Right on target! Punch it up! Perfect angle! The ocean chill! Wave of destruction! Monsters of the deep! Gamma spawn! Oceans of energy! Twice the stretch! Elastic and bang! Ha-ha! 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 Oh! Ha! Just like Ben! Brains and brawn!
What's the difference between these two lox bagels? This one is made from your average smoked salmon. This one is made from smoked salmon trimmings.
What are salmon trimmings? When fishmongers slice their smoked salmon into those perfectly uniform pieces you see at the grocery store, there are always flavorful cutoffs that are left behind. Edges, belly pieces, and slices. Instead of letting those delicious pieces go to waste, the processor captures all those trimmings and packages them up. Same high quality, no antibiotic salmon, just not as picture perfect as the usual slices. Perfect for snacking, tossing into a scramble, or piling onto a bagel with cream cheese. That's just one way Misfits Market delivers groceries you can feel good about. Misfits Market is an online grocery store with a mission to fight food waste. We work with farmers and producers to rescue groceries and deliver them to you at a discount. Sign up today for other rescued food and high quality groceries delivered right to your door.
Watch the FIFA World Cup 2026 live on Fox with YouTube TV or on Fox One, available with YouTube. Sign up now. Terms apply. Cancel anytime.
So the scene starts and we got these three nerds walking into school: Dave, Todd, and Marty. Just three chill dudes. What the hell is his teacher doing? Ah, he's just imagining things. Shit, I thought she was moving like Haley Beck. So yeah, Dave's just a typical high school nerd, getting bullied, ignored by the huzz, and to top it all off, his mom dies from eating cereal. Like, bro didn't even get the emotional, dramatic superhero origin story. No Bruce Wayne or Miles Morales. Nah, it was just an aneurysm. He couldn't even have a "I will avenge you, mother" moment. Dave hits us with the $1 million question every kid thought at least once. And yes, I'm talking about you watching this video.
How come nobody's ever tried to be a superhero?
Todd and Marty just start laughing like, bro, this ain't no movie. You'll be dead in the first mission. So on the way home, two dudes rob them and Dave hands over everything. They even take the comic book. That's how you know they were just doing it for the love of the game. And just like that, that's really what pushed him over the edge, made him want to try this superhero thing for real. That night, he goes home, beats his meat, jumps on Amazon and orders a superhero costume. In the morning, the package arrives and man, look at the drip. This suit is clean. He got the dishwashing gloves and Tim's on his feet. After school, he hits the alleyway like he's Peter Parker, chucks on the suit like he's about to test his powers, but nah, he was just testing how far he can jump. Try! Somehow, after that weak ass jump, he motivates himself and gets on top of the building and tries to jump to the other side. Yeah, great choice. On the way back home, he spots those two guys who jacked his stuff the other day trying to break into a car. And man, these two gotta be the worst criminals ever. They're doing this in broad daylight and the same place they always posted up. Oh, low budget thieves. Dave runs to the back, suits up, then comes back. And they just start laughing at him. Bruh. He tells them to walk away and don't touch the car, but like Todd said, this ain't no movie. Mink! Right to the mouth. He whips out the batons and starts swinging it, but then yank! He gets stabbed right in the gut. They didn't waste no time. Dave gets up trying to get some help, and as soon as he takes a few steps, BOW! He gets hit by a car. Talk about the worst introduction to being a hero. The guy that hit him ain't even try help. My nigga just checked his mirrors and thought to himself, nah, I ain't trying to go to jail. And drove off.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
An ambulance picks him up and he somehow survives. They really pulled up with that medkit just in time. Dave tells the medic not to tell anyone about the costume because that will be beyond embarrassing. So now, thanks to the report, people think he's gay because he got robbed and raped. Like, look at his father. He's worried. And time out for a sec. How the hell did people even come to this conclusion? Dave should have just told everybody he tried to be Batman and got caught lacking. Cause nah, this is a bad rumor. Meanwhile, we see Mindy training with her father. Yeah, he's teaching her on how to take a bullet.
You're gonna be fine, baby doll.
I swear she's like 12 years old. But don't let those looks fool you. She's with the shits. Damien raised the straight. Dave finally recovers and the surgeons laced him up with so much metal, he basically becomes Wolverine. Without the regeneration though. He can feel pain but not nearly as much as before. When he gets to school, the Huzz wanna be his friend only because he's, gay. And listen, if there's a baddie that wants to hang out with me only because I'm gay, I mean, fuck it. I guess we're playing the long game. Game is game. So Dave gets back to training, working on his body so he can save the world, even creating a website just in case anybody needs help. So while he's trying to help this poor cat come down, he falls over and trips this guy that's getting chased by 3 dudes, and they just start beating his ass. And you know, Kick-Ass wasn't about to let that slide, so he whips out the batons and starts swinging. Like, I know these are some weak ass swings, but hey, they start belting him and the other guy. Mink, mink. Dave gets up and tells this kid to call 911, but the kid does the exact opposite. He runs into the store and tells everyone to come watch this fight, like it's pay-per-view. So everyone comes out and starts watching, recording. Kick-Ass was doing his thing, 3 against 1, and he was holding it down. He got a bin to the head, but for some reason, he didn't give up, even when they brought out the knife. And that day just had these guys confused, so they dipped. The video of the fight goes viral, and just like that, Kick-Ass becomes famous overnight. They got him on every news outlet, his MySpace store already selling merch. Dude was about to get invited on Alan, but they didn't know who he was. Anyways, while he's hanging out with Katie, the girl who thinks he's gay, she tells him about a problem with some guy named Razul. He robbed her and gave her a black eye. So since Dave is Kick-Ass, he takes matters into his own hands and rolls up at Razul's spot. Rod Wave guarding the door lets him in, and as soon as he gets in there, he's like, "So which one of you is Razul?" Bro, they did not take his ass serious. Even the guy hitting the cone was confused. He tells Razul to stay away from Katie and everything will be fine. But Razul didn't like Kick-Ass tone. It felt like he was getting pressed. Everyone just gets up, surrounds his ass, but Dave doesn't hold back. As soon as he steps forward, bang, taser to the forehead, had his ass shivering. They hold Kick-Ass down, Razul gets back up and grabs his big ass knife, and just before he can do anything, damn! He hits the ground and look who it is. Hit Girl, that little demon I told y'all about. Okay, you cunts. Let's see if y'all really with the shits. Just look at everyone in straight disbelief. I know what they all thinking. Wallahi, we're finished. She breaks the bottle, kicks Booker T straight in the mouth, then starts slicing everybody up. She then hits this backflip spin kick to the neck through the table, and then just starts stabbing everyone with her sword. She's enjoying this a little too much. Booker T comes back with a baseball bat only to become an amputee, then a sword to his ass. Free him. This one tries to pick up a lamp only to get to the heart. He didn't even stand a chance. Another one walks through the door, whips out a knife, and Hit Girl was like, "Oh, I have that as well," and starts swinging it around, yanks it at him, and then
Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out!
Kick-Ass is in the corner scared as hell, rethinking this whole hero stuff. The last girl tries running, but Hit Girl just dismantles her sword into 2 and just runs that girl down and puts both those blades inside her. Damn, that was one of the most lethal squad wipes ever. After all that, Dave is still in the corner terrified. Bro pulls out this little ass taser and she's just like,
"That is one gay looking taser."
Oh, that one there was a violation. Personally, I wouldn't have it.
Rod Wave, who was guarding the door, tries to sneak behind her, but then BOW! Right to the brain. Her dad was already outside on lookout duty. Straight sniper. They grab the cash, hit the roof, and hey, Batman might have some real competition. Big Daddy and Hit Girl dip, and Dave heads back home and started rethinking this entire superhero shit. I mean, he just witnessed bodies get laid out quicker than the Suns lost in the playoffs. Now he don't think he cut out for it. Big Daddy and Hit Girl pull up on him and tell him to cover his tracks better because they found him in like 10 minutes. But it ain't matter anyways. Dave said he was done. This shit was realer than he thought. So they give him a hotline just in case he ever needs help, and then they dip out the window. Meanwhile, Kick-Ass was blowing up online, going viral, trending everywhere. Frankie sees this and thinks Kick-Ass is the one who's been wiping out his men. But on the real note, it was actually Big Daddy and Hit Girl. Like look, they catch one of Frankie's top men lacking, cuff him to a car and force information out of him. And as soon as they got what they want, Hit Girl presses the button and the bailers crush him.
Perfect styles for every room at Farmer's Home Furniture. Explore new possibilities for only $38 a month. Choose Tosh Reclining Sofa, Driston 3-piece twin bedroom package, or Palo Alto Sofa. Upgrade your space for $43 monthly with Lenny Power Reclining Sofa, Mason 3-piece queen bedroom package, or Truffle Sofa and Love Seat. Experience freedom. Our new mattress in a box. Try our Yes financing. It's our own in-house financing designed to be simple, flexible, and get you approved. Farmer's Home Furniture, your hometown store.
Ah, nah, this gotta be one of the worst ways to go. We find out that Damien, aka Big Daddy, used to be a cop, and his partner was Marcus, aka Go St. Patrick. Frank D'Amico framed him for drug dealing, and Damien ended up going to prison. While he was locked up, his wife was pregnant and stressed, so she overdosed and died. But lucky his daughter Mindy survived. Marcus took care of her until Damien got out, and once he was free, Damien turned Mindy into a full-on vigilante. So yeah, that's why she's a straight demon. Marcus tells Damien that the mob is after Kick-Ass and not them. Even though they're doing all the things, Kick-Ass is just getting framed. So while Franklin was going to see his son, he sees Kick-Ass walking down the block. So he waits for him to get into the alley and gets out the car and then just swift kicks him right to the head. Pop! Then starts beating his ass on the ground. And then some random guy just sees him and cops 2 bullets to the back for no reason. I guess he was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. And I don't know if this guy has balls or he's just an idiot. But shooting someone in broad daylight is kind of wild. He looks down and puts one in Kick-Ass as well. Bow! They get back in the Rolls Royce and dip. But when they get back to the apartment, they find out that there was a Kick-Ass costume party down the street. So the kid that they just killed was just a fan. Like, imagine dying for dressing up like Spider-Man. What the fuck? So now that Frankie messed up, he actually needs to take out Kick-Ass. His son Chris hears everything and tells him he knows how to find him, but they will have to set up their own men. So they do it. Chris ends up on the news acting like this new hero who took down this drug lord. He calls himself Red Mist with that weak ass suit. Anyways, Red Mist hits up Kick-Ass on his website so they can go stop crime together. So they link up, jump in the Mistmobile, which is actually cold, not like his suit. Chris rolls a blunt and then they head to their dad's spot, ready to set Kick-Ass up. But when they pull up, the whole warehouse is already torched. They both run in and see a bunch of dead bodies everywhere. Chris runs in and grabs his teddy bear with a hidden camera. Then they both run out, barely breathing.
3 hours later.
Chris connects the teddy bear camera straight to the TV and they watch Big Daddy put on a masterclass. He pulls up, slit to the neck, nut tap, parry, slap, turn around, bow. He then starts shooting straight headshots. Bow, bow, mink, get out of here. He then heads upstairs, flash grenades this room, jumps back down, mink to the face, takes the shotty, booms him. Then he just walks to the middle and aura farms a little, then lights the whole place up. And yeah, Frankie and his friend now know they're messing with a demon.
I want this place locked down.
Marcus calls Damien and tells him that they're onto him. So he tells his daughter it's time to finish the job that they've been training for their whole life. So Dave didn't want to be Kick-Ass anymore. Shit was too real. But before he took off the suit completely, he at least wanted to get some cheeks first. So he pulls up to Katie's house and tells her he isn't gay and he's Kick-Ass. And that was enough for her to let him clap. Damn, relax. It's Shia LaBeouf clapping. So now Dave is officially not doing hero work because the kid is happy. And by the way, his best friends still don't know he's Kick-Ass. Only Katie does. That night while he was at home, Dave checks his messages and Red Mist has been blowing him up, saying he needs help. So he links him. Then Chris tells him after the warehouse incident, people been trying to kill him because they think he was behind it. So he asks Dave if he knows any other heroes that could help him out. But the whole thing was a setup because Chris already knew Kick-Ass had connections to Big Daddy and Hit Girl. So Kick-Ass sends the message and they tell him to meet at Safe House B. They head out and of course Chris has his father's goons following them. They pull up to the safe house and as soon as Chris walks in, bow bow, he shoots Hit Girl right out the window. The goons rush in, tase Big Daddy and Kick-Ass, then throw them in the truck. But Chris didn't want them to take Kick-Ass, only Big Daddy. But Frankie's orders was to capture them all. He said no friends in the industry. They get back to the house and Frankie turns on the live stream. They really said, let's unmask Kick-Ass for the world to see. Todd and Marty and Katie were watching. Even the news was tapped in. The stream starts and they start beating up Big Daddy and Kick-Ass, sending a message. Don't ever try to be a hero. And these guys were copying it bad. Baton to the knee, chest, and nuts. Damn. The live gets cut so everyone had to go watch it on Reddit. The goons start pouring gasoline on them, getting ready to light them up. But right before they do, bang! 200-meter shot to the dome. The lights go out and Frankie's little smile disappears. All we see now is black. The night vision turns on and then, bow! Turn around. Kablam! Nobody can see shit, just hear bullets flying. Mink! Bow! Yo, what is this guy looking at? Let me reload real quick. Kneecap headshot. What are you shooting at? Excuse me? One of the guys lights the fire, then Big Daddy starts burning. So Hit Girl had to move fast and lock in. She clips a flashlight on, blinding them, dropping a few more, then puts it down as a distraction, then flanks them from behind, and all we see is bow to the dome. Bow through the head. She covers the fire and then shoots the stream off.
Yeah!
think I'm in love with her, dude.
Chipotle Honey Chicken is back. Grilled chicken, chipotle peppers, and pure honey. It takes heat and sweet to a whole new level.
The burns were too severe for Big Daddy, so he dies. Hit Girl and Kick-Ass take the Missmobile and dip. On the way back home, Dave tells her she needs to stop all this hero stuff. But this is when we realize that's all she knows. She's never been a normal kid. And she's sitting on like 3 million, so money ain't a problem. They get back to her place. Kick-Ass cleans up while Hit Girl starts gearing up. Grenades, bullets, pistol, knife, check. Yeah, she wasn't holding back. She was getting ready to finish what her dad started. Taking out Frank D'Amico. They even got cameras at his house. Damn. Dave offers to help because at the end of the day, he's the reason why her dad is gone. His ass should have never trusted McLovin. So Hit Girl pulls up to the apartment dressed up as an innocent girl pretending that she lost her parents and all she needs to use is a phone. The security guard goes to give her a phone, but all we see is him frozen. He turns around and there's a whole suppressor in his mouth. Hey yo! She drops them all instantly and then heads towards the elevator, then tells Kick-Ass it's go time. When the elevator door opens and they saw purple hair and an incredible Mars, they knew.
Your time has come. There's no way out of this one.
Knife to the throat, mink to the face. She climbs on this guy, stabs his ass, then throws her knife, drops dude on the floor, and makes Brody shoot himself. Everyone hears that, so all the guards start moving towards the front, so Hit Girl had to lock in. She turns the corner and straight head taps, applying full court pressure. Kick off the chest, bow. He ain't stand a chance. Off the bookshelf, turn around. She drops 3 more reloads, then hits a spin knee slide, making him blow his own head off. This guy gets his pistol snatched, top of the head. And this part right here was just so disrespectful because she runs out of bullets, slaps the gun on his face, then boom, 2-leg kick to the floor. Hit Girl tries to end him, but a couple of guards come up, so she books it to the kitchen, and this scene is just hilarious because Frankie and Chris are just waiting in the office scared as hell, so they send their last security guard out to see what's going on. So while they're all hiding behind this bookshelf, they force this dude to go out and shoot at her, and when he does, he just starts lighting up the kitchen like he wasn't even aiming at anything. Try! As soon as he was out,
I'm getting the bazooka.
Bazooka. And he wasn't playing around, he actually went and grabbed it. He comes back and was like, say hello to my little friend. He activates the bazooka, but just as he's about to press the button, Kick-Ass pulls up with a goddamn jetpack with a minigun attached to it. And he just starts lighting up the entire office, putting like 80 bullets in all of them. Nigga really did them like
finger licking good special.
Dave lands down and Frankie think they won for some reason. They both run in the office and call ISO. Chris tackles Kick-Ass and Hit Girl runs the ones with Frankie. She comes in and gets hit with a spin kick to the mouth that had her completely dazed. Frank tries to step on her. She weaves out the way, gets back up and hits a Neo. Then just jumps onto him and starts beating his ass and even bites him on the shoulder. Nigga was screaming for dear life. He starts choking her out, gets smacked with a bottle, so he just yanks her across the room. We pan over and see these two fighting and yeah, skip. Hit Girl gets back up, grabs her little knife and starts stabbing the hell out of Frankie. Like I don't even know how he was fighting back. He backhands her, slams her onto the table and then it was lights out. He even had to come back and give her a few good ones to the face. Now it was time to end it. He goes to pick up the pistol, points the barrel right to her head, but he forgot one thing. His son can't fight. His ass already got laid out. Kick-Ass was at the door with a goddamn bazooka. He shoots his ass straight out the window and boom! His ass was gone, swallowed up into oblivion. Dave picks up Hit Girl and they fly out of there. And this becomes the start of a legendary superhero team. But this wasn't just the beginning. It was an origin story for a villain as well. Oh my God. We hit 100,000. Hey, let's turn up, let's turn up, let's turn up, let's go. Hey. I just want to thank you guys for subscribing and, watching my videos. It means a lot to me, I'm getting emotional, but stay blessed and y'all the real MVPs.
White Mana is about standing together. It's cooperation, protection, and order in service of the greater good. Shield the team. Share the victory. That's Captain America.
else. So, yes, this is a big game and a big opportunity, which I would definitely not like to miss. And I thought maybe you guys wouldn't like to either. So, yes, that is why we're doing this stream. At the moment, the auction currently has the opportunity to become an NPC in Skyrim at $65,300. That was a huge amount. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Sorry, I'm just doing a bit of negotiation with Jabbo in the background. So basically, this is a really weird opportunity, as what you're effectively asking for is getting a NPC into Skyrim that you can customize, and that's very, very cool. And all of the money goes to charity. Now, I've set a limit as to the amount I am comfortable donating. However, this is a auction, so it can go high, it can go low. I have a cutoff, which I am not comfortable donating more than, just because at that point I'm putting my personal financial situation into a non-pleasant point. Now, a couple of ground rules. This is a super fun, cool charity event, and we're going to be having fun on stream by actually beating Skyrim finally as Rihanna Keeves. We have never actually even done Bleak Falls Barrow with Rihanna Keeves, so it seems only fitting to actually go and do some of the main quest. That's the plan for today, and we're going to have a lot of fun doing it. So regardless of everything else going on with charity donations, maybe getting something into Elder Scrolls 6, it doesn't matter. We're going to have fun with Rihanna Keeves today. At the same time, if you want to help our wonderful quest to fund this opportunity, then you can give money to the GoFundMe. Now, there's a GoFundMe link in the description. If at any point you need a re-explanation of everything, there's a pinned comment on the stream to a video that will explain it. But yes, if you give money to the GoFundMe, those funds go directly to me, which would then go directly to the charity. That is only in the case of us winning the bid. If we do not win the bid, I have a big button the GoFundMe gives me that basically says refund everyone. If that doesn't even end up working out, I can basically give you all of your money back. If for some reason you don't even trust me, that's okay. GoFundMe also gives you a button to pull your money out. That's completely fine. Yeah, of course, you could throw money at me on YouTube, but that's a stupid idea because YouTube takes a cut, whereas GoFundMe does not, or if they do, it's marginal, whereas the YouTube cut is very big. So please do not donate to the stream. If you would like to fund our goal of putting an NPC into the Elder Scrolls 6, and I do believe the NPC would probably be... the NPC would be Rihanna Keeves, then yes, then please pop it into the GoFundMe. That is how it works. And yeah, if we don't win, that's fine. No problem. It's okay. All of the money goes back. Of course, do not donate anything you're not willing to lose to a charitable donation. I say lose because it is going to charity, so it's not the worst place to put your money, but still, this is money that you have in your personal account and you would be saying goodbye to. Of course, if you're a business or you're an individual, yes, you can expense charitable donations. However, that is, complicated, and I don't think there should ever be pressure to donate to charity, even if it is a cool thing like this. You're not missing out. You can still hang out and have fun with us today. So that is the plan for the stream. I hope you all have a fantastic time. I want to talk about kind of like my love of Skyrim. my hopes for the Elder Scrolls 6. We're going to be playing as Rihanna Keeves. It's going to be wonderful. So that's the plan. And it's honestly lovely to have so many of you in the live chat already. Jabbo is asking what he's... Jabbo is offering money. Jabbo, I'll ask him what the plan is. Basically, it's to put a fork-wielding or fork-mentioning, non-law-breaking NPC into the next Elder Scrolls game. Happy to also take advice and inspiration from the cool people donating money to the GoFundMe. There we go. That is it. But yeah, if we do somehow in a miraculous turn of events beat the auction, then fantastic. We get ourselves a unique opportunity. If we don't, we get ourselves a cool stream, and that's all that matters. So yes, welcome into the Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim. That's right. This is the anniversary edition with the one and only Rihanna Keeves. That's right. He's back. I have not touched this save file, this particular save file, in about 4 years, actually. It's been a ridiculously long time. And I've also just received a cup of tea from my wife, which is very kind of her. Can everyone say thank you to the wonderful Mango for making a lovely cup of Yorkshire tea? Oh, that's very kind. Pahanda Bear, thank you for chipping in 100 quid. That's very kind of you. Of course, yes, if we win, money goes to charity. If we don't win the bid, it goes back to you. And also, everyone, thank you for saying thank you to Mango. That's so polite of you. So, yes, our goal today is to beat Skyrim as the legendary Rihanna Keeves. You join us on our journey as a humble level 44 Rihanna Keeves. Now, if we check the map, you can see that Bleak Falls Barrow hasn't even been cleared. If we check our quest log, like, I don't even think we've beaten the main quest at all. Yeah, we are so beyond actually playing Skyrim that it's kind of really fun. Yeah. It's this character has basically completed Skyrim without completing Skyrim, and so it only feels fair today to try and have some fun playing as Skyrim. Hello, it's me, John Skyrim. Legless Turtle, thank you for donating 50 quid. That's very kind of you. It is fantastic to have you all here. So yes, let us introduce you to the arsenal of weapons I have at my disposal today. We have the 10-degree knife, the 100-degree knife, and the 1,000-degree knife. I know there's a poll for forks, but everyone in the chat, well, there was a lot of people in the chat saying that if we beat Skyrim using a fork again, that they would quit. So that's fine. No fork. I've disposed of the fork. We have the knife, and there's actually another weapon I want to pick up. I want to do Bleak Falls Barrow using this knife. Or actually, maybe using shouts. Oh, I think I want to use shouts, because that would be funny. We're going to do this Bleak Falls Barrow using shouts. And then the next goal is to probably try and get the really unique torch. Because there's a really rare torch that technically you can bash with. And it also has radiant shadows. And so if we were to use the unique torch to beat Skyrim, that would be pretty cool. Oh, we've got our first enemies coming up. Right, well, I've noticed that I have the ability to cast most spells for 0 magicka when they're in the, what is this, conjuration, restoration or destruction. They are free. And then in terms of shouts, I have negative recharge time, so that's good. So let's do our first bit of combat and see how it goes. Hello. Okay, well, we're off to a good start. Oh, I can take damage. Oh, it's been a while since I've had to take damage in Skyrim. Well, let me quickly kill you before you get up. There we go. Hello, you. No, thank you. No, thank you. Back off. Back off. Excuse me, sir. Oh, you want mercy? Who's that? I haven't heard of her. Oh, hello there, Archer Man. You're dead? Bandit Marauder. That sounds fancy. Excuse me, sir. Ow, that's mean. Okay, goodbye. Do a flip. Oh dear, this is fantastic. Right, there we go. Yes, wonderful. That's our first set of. Oh yeah, I've already bursted. God, that song. That song.
When nicotine cravings keep you up at night.
Look at this. It's whatever.
The real nightmare is the next day.
Sam? Are you okay?
Oh dear. That's insane. Anyway, right. Let's quickly introduce ourselves to these enemies with... Oh, we could use our incredibly legendary bow, but I think I want to go for the knife. Hello. I have a knife. Yeah, it's just a tiny little butter knife, but it does 10 million damage. What is this? Oh, no, actually, this one does... how much damage is that? That is 68 million damage. Okay, this tiny little fork does. Cool. Sorry, fork. I say it's not a fork, it's a tiny knife. Tiny little knife. Let's do the little more humble weapon, I guess, in the form of... Oh, actually, have we got any weird, potions? I've still got so many paralysis poisons. Oh, I completely forgot about this. Yeah, let's put a paralysis poison on a knife that instant kills everyone. Now, that's a stupid idea. Let's put it on this knife here. Okay? Paralysis poison. Actually, I can favorite this and then make it an almost auto-apply. There we go. Yeah, it is just a tad broken. Nothing to see here, guys. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. All right, down into Bleak Falls Barrow we go. I can't believe we've, in all of the years of, you know, having the wonderful Rihanna Keeves in Skyrim, we've never, ever, ever beaten Bleak Falls Barrow, which is such a weird thing to think about, considering how most Skyrim players, that's the first thing you go to. That's the main thing you experience. Oh, hello there. No, sir, let me save you. There we go. Right, we've saved that man. He was going to pull this lever and die to the trap. However, don't worry. By us poisoning him for the next 92,000 seconds, we've saved his life because we're going to be able to safely open this lock so that way he won't die. So it is snake, snake, whale. There we go. We've just saved a man's life, okay, chat? Isn't that fantastic? What a nice thing to do. Oh, dear, dear, dear. Right, there we go. Fantastic. You just stay there, good sir. And go, I don't know, change your ways. We're such a hero. Such a wonderful hero. What is this, a skill book? Oh, nice. That gave me nothing. It's useless. What do you got in here? Flawless Ruby? All of this is also useless. No benefit to me. No benefit at all. Down we go. Down we go. Oh, hello. Hello. Oh, out the way, skeevers. Out the way. Turns out, yeah, my little knife actually does do enough damage here. This skeever, I thought he was paralyzed, but no, he's actually dead. This is just Skyrim Breath.
NES died that I had inherited from my brother, I called the number on the back of the console, gave them the serial number, and within a week, Nintendo had mailed me out a brand new NES with controllers. That sounds insane today, but back then, that was the relationship. That's how far these companies would go for people, because these companies wanted you to feel taken care of. Nintendo had plastered a seal of quality on the front of every single one of their games because they knew that your trust was the whole business. That trust is what put Nintendo in every single living room across the world, and it's also what built the foundation for Sega, Sony, and eventually Microsoft to come in and compete on. Every console after that was just a massive leap. The industry just kept growing, built off of that same trust. Every generation felt like these impossible leaps compared to the last, and for the most part, the only thing that we ever had to worry about back then was what game you actually wanted to play next. And from here, over the next 20 years, things would just continue to snowball. That trust would continue to build, and that trust would turn into support, and that support would turn into a community, and eventually that community turned into sales numbers that the entertainment industry didn't think were possible. By November 9th, 2004, Halo 2 had made $125 million in its first 24 hours, becoming the biggest opening day in entertainment history. 3 years later, Halo 3 would shatter that record by $170 million in a single day. There was not a single piece of entertainment that was even close. Video games, in that moment, were no longer some niche hobby for kids. They were not seasonal toys anymore. These were mainstream. This was something that was competing with Hollywood, and everybody started looking at it differently. Because to players, I mean, games like Halo and Final Fantasy, Zelda, Mario, Metal Gear, and Call of Duty, these were just games that we loved. But now, to investors, this was stability, predictability, profitability, a captured audience. Games were no longer seasonal toys. They were becoming a reputable source of annualized revenue, and off the back of sequels, franchises, and seemingly endless growth, more money started moving into gaming. IPOs, private investment, public investment, mutual funds, institutional capital, all of it started treating games like one of the strongest growth markets in all of entertainment. But that money came with expectations. These companies were no longer just expected to make great games. No, they were expected to grow their revenue every single year. And the easiest way to be able to fulfill that promise was to create franchises, sequels, bigger marketing, more safe bets, repeatable formulas, and annualized releases. That's where the incentives in the industry started to rot. This is the first case that we see. Sequels and franchises are not inherently bad, by the way. They help build the industry. We would have had them with or without Wall Street in this case. But the difference is why they were actually being made. Before the shift, sequels existed because people loved those games and wanted to see more of them. After the shift, the sequels are increasingly existing because of the fact that the investors wanted predictable revenue. New ideas immediately became harder to justify, and even new IP was designed from the ground up to become its own franchise eventually because a game itself just wasn't enough anymore. It had to become a pipeline to more content and more revenue. This is also when we started to see the shape of the industry start to change. Publishers and teams and budgets and all this stuff just got bigger. Roles became more specialized. Technology improved. Output increased. Mergers with giant corporations and publishers making these huge companies that were just taking over the medium, like Activision merging with Vivendi Games in 2008. You know, from the outside, it looked incredible. And honestly, for the players, it actually was. I mean, guys, this was the golden age of video games. No matter what platform you played on, there was a buffet of incredible games. Every single year felt stacked. Every generation just got bigger than the last. The money that was pouring into the games industry made these games more ambitious, more polished, more cinematic, and more technically impressive than anything we'd ever seen before. So at that time, none of us could have probably ever seen the trade-off here. Because while the biggest publishers were getting stronger, well, we didn't realize that everybody else was getting squeezed. Indie and mid-tier studios were really not able to compete at all. They didn't have the money to be able to print and merchandise games at scale, not like these other companies. They didn't have the marketing budgets that blotted out the sun. They didn't have the same kind of retail relationships, investor backing, or even the same safety nets. A lot of the space got put into contract work. If you go and you look back at a lot of the independent studios that we have today that have been in the games industry for years, most of these guys were all forced into contract work or acquired by another studio or basically just put into survival mode. And consumers, well, we just had all of our trust consolidated around the biggest publishers and franchises in the industry, but we never even noticed it. The games were just too good. The growth was too exciting. The industry just felt like it was constantly moving forward. The decay from investor-driven sequelization wouldn't even fully reveal itself until many years later. And even then, guys, this is just the first wave of investment. The next one was going to change the industry forever. While games were exploding in the mid to late 2000s, the business around them was quietly evolving. DLC, expansion content, and eventually microtransactions would start giving these publishers new ways to make money long after the sale. Horse Armor and Oblivion became pretty infamous for a reason because of this, but at that time, it still felt small. Most of us didn't even really think anything of it. It was annoying for sure, definitely stupid as well, but it wasn't industry defining, at least not in any way. Then Xbox and PlayStation started selling digital games through their own platforms. And that completely rewrote the logic of the business. It was no longer just buy the console, buy the game. No, the console itself is now the storefront, a service, a permanent revenue channel that is sitting in your living room. Every single account, every download, add-on, subscription, every piece of content became a much larger part of a bigger system. And most of us didn't even question it. I mean, why would we? It was just so convenient. It was exciting. The games were still great at the time. Keep that in mind. That's probably the most important part here. These companies had spent years building up trust, and because of that trust, we just didn't see the trade-off. We didn't see the same systems making games easier to buy were also the systems that were giving these platform holders more control over what we could access, what we could own, and how long they could keep charging us long after the sale. And then smartphones took off. The iPhone launched in 2007, Apple introduced in-app purchases in 2009, and by the early 2010s, mobile games had already become the clearest example of what games could look like when the sale stops being the point. Angry Birds, Farmville, gacha games, timers, energy systems, premium currencies, tiny little purchases that were stacked on top of each other until the business model had changed, and it wasn't about convincing somebody to buy a single game once. It was about finding the players who would keep paying forever. And the worst part is that it worked. After that, or along with that, we had World of Warcraft and Xbox Live, League of Legends, Team Fortress 2, loot boxes, free-to-play, live service, and all of this was proving some version of the exact same thing. Games were more than just products. They could be ongoing services with almost unlimited revenue potential. And this set the investment world on fire. You saw it immediately with Zynga's IPO in 2011, King Digital in 2014, Activision then buys King in 2015, Tencent buys Supercell in 2016, Microsoft buying Mojang in 2014. The message here was obvious. Video games were no longer just a creative business. They were an investment space. And Wall Street's influence was felt immediately. One of the reasons why I think we see such an outsized impact of Wall Street's influence in the games industry, keep in mind all the things that I just listed about microtransactions and add-ons and digital downloads and all this stuff. A lot of this stuff has been influenced by investors. They were the ones that believed that this is going to be the best path forward to making more money. These guys wanted to improve their profits for their shareholders. Definitely not for us. I can tell you that right now. But in its formative years, this industry was never about any of that. This industry was a bunch of nerds that were making games inside of a creative industry that nobody thought was actually going to be profitable. It was entirely luck-based. It was a roll of the dice. Gamers making games for gamers. They were creative works that were being made for kids. It was anything but predictable. But the games industry found its initial foothold by relentlessly serving its customers. Relentlessly. It was insane. I worked at GameStop back in the day. I remember exactly what it was like. We didn't have a care in the world. Everything was fine. We never had anything to worry about. We always knew that these companies were looking out for us, or at least we felt like they were. The games continued to get better. We had a sense of community. We had midnight launches. It was capitalism at its peak. These companies were doing everything they possibly could to make you happy, doing everything they could to gain your trust. They just wanted to get better at what they did, and they just wanted to go at each other's throats the entire time and compete as hard as they possibly could. And because they did that, we ended up giving them loyalty in return. But that loyalty proved that franchises were profitable and stable. And investors saw that, like smelling blood in the water, and the sharks just started to circle. And once they came in, they started making these companies churn out sequels and franchises like crazy. They still do to this very day. It's still very much a backbone of how these guys believe that they can make money. Notice that every single time they fail with live service, they immediately retreat back to the same tired-ass franchises that they've been pumping out for years. And it's largely destroyed a lot of those franchises because those games just haven't been made for us. They were games that were turned into nothing more than just vehicles for more revenue. These are outside influences that have nothing to do with the player experience. Everything that excites you does not excite investors. Everything that excites an investor does not excite us. I can tell you that right now. And as the games industry has continued to get bigger, this impact has gotten even more influenced. And because of that, this cancer has just continued to spread. And the funny thing is, this is only half the story. We haven't even got to the good part yet. Wall Street didn't destroy video games in a single night. It did it systematically, incrementally, and then more recently, explosively. And there's a reason for that. The transformation from 2010 to 2019 brought a major wave of investment into gaming. You guys can see this across nearly every publicly traded company in the industry. And it did more than just change how games made money. It re-engineered the relationship between the people that were making games and the people that were playing them. Or better yet, who they were making those games for. Because the industry started to move away from selling standalone products and more towards what is better known as servitization, turning the games industry into an ongoing service itself. For players, that meant that these companies became increasingly more focused on leverage, value extraction, and satisfying Wall Street. The first place that we saw this was with development cycles getting longer and the rise of minimum viable products. As investment continued to pour in, AAA companies had to expand. These guys have to show that they're actually investing that money properly as part of their fiduciary responsibility. They went in and they hired more people. They created specialized roles. They built increasingly more complicated production pipelines. Something as simple as creating a character that only took a couple of people now could involve a concept artist, modelers, texture technicians. You got rigging technicians and engineers and motion capture teams, maybe even a few other people as well. This improved the individual asset exponentially, but it also increased the time and money it took to actually make them. And as those budgets grew and as that time went on, these publishers needed to recover that money earlier while still continuing to show their investors growth. DLC, downloads, patches, and live service games gave them the infrastructure and an option that they just didn't have in the past. See, before, when you wanted to ship a game, well, you had to test that game because if it was a broken product, well, people would return it, and it would also mean immediate losses. Now, they could ship on time and fix it later. QA could be cut. Day one patches became normalized. Content could be held back or sold separately in some cases. Players became unpaid testers while publishers still collected revenue and stayed on schedule. Interrupting the video because I'm actually packing and editing at the exact same time, but that's not the only place that these guys cut to increase their margins. The other place was the actual game boxes themselves. See, this is Diablo 3 from many years ago, and I got it on PC, and I have the game disc and DVD. They gave me a notepad. They gave me an art book that shows the different characters and things about the world and its lore. They gave me guest codes to be able to give to other people so I can have my friends play the game. And this is one of the first places these guys look to be able to cut costs, to be able to increase their margins and keep their shareholders happy. This is something they did specifically because they were just trying to make more money. It had nothing to do with us, nothing to do with our experience, nothing to do with the value that they give to us. No, they were looking to cut away the value they gave to us to be able to give it to somebody else. Another way a lot of these companies look to increase their profits while still taking in a lot of this investor money was actually through services. In 2013, Xbox announced the Xbox One, an all-inclusive media hub looking to capture revenue from television and streaming services. Later that year, PlayStation put online multiplayer behind PlayStation Plus, something that they charged $12 for that they historically didn't charge anybody for. Microtransactions became increasingly more normalized, and almost every single online multiplayer game had its own storefront. The game was no longer just something you bought, it was something that you were expected to keep spending on. At this point, the customer just stopped being the priority. We became something to maneuver and leverage for more money to be able to please their shareholders. The industry started dragging out franchises, chopping those games up into pieces and selling them back to us. They had patches to be able to ship their games unfinished. And then they buried everything under subscriptions, storefronts, and services. And every single time we lost something, these companies seem to be rewarded with more investment. Look at the charts. The numbers just kept going up. I had this realization recently that all we ever get right now is just bad news. There are still some highlights, mostly inside of indie and AA and independent studios, but AAA has become increasingly more corrosive every single year. And it took a long time for a lot of us to be able to notice this because it was gradually happening over the course of 20 years. The reason it feels so much worse today is because the next 20 years of investment and Wall Street's influence ended up happening in 5. And would you have guessed it, Fortnite is a major reason why Fortnite took off in 2018, popularizing free-to-play, battle passes, and modern live service. Investors saw the future of reoccurring revenue that seemingly had no ceiling, and publishers began promising their own version of it. Then, COVID came in and threw napalm on the fire, exponentially increasing Wall Street's influence, which is why we see it as aggressive as it is today. With everybody locked inside, gaming exploded. The media and the government were calling this the new normal. New consoles had launched. Games had moved to $70, which showed even more confidence in the platforms. Wall Street projected impossible growth, with some firms saying that microtransactions were going to triple their revenue, and in some cases, the industry itself is going to quadruple in revenue in just 2 years. All the publishers went all in. Investment doubled, tripled in some cases. Hundreds of studios reportedly working on live service games. And by 2024, nearly every single one in the industry claimed that they were pursuing live service, at least in some form. But the new normal was never normal. Lockdowns ended, all of the projections were wrong, people returned to their lives, growth slowed, but for whatever reason, investors still expected a return. The industry had overextended itself, and now it had to actually pay for everything that they had built. The live service bets that they had made had failed. Many of these games had no clear audiences because they were actually built around investor expectations instead of actual players. They released and died or were canceled before they even made it out the door. After a decade of bending to these shareholders, expanding their teams, and inflating their budgets, many AAA companies had just lost their ability to understand what they were even making games for, who they were making games for. Even their single-player games struggled because, well, they just couldn't meet the financial expectations that had been attached to them because of all of their investment. Xbox declined. Ubisoft nearly collapsed. Actually, it pretty much has collapsed at this point. Publishers missed their targets, canceled projects, closed studios, and laid off thousands of people. And as the industry started spinning out of control, it turned to taking away your leverage as the next answer. As growth became harder to find and these companies were losing money, they needed to find more ways to be able to please their shareholders and show that they were still making money. And, well, what they did is they essentially just looked for ways to stop serving their players and instead started looking for new ways to make players more dependent on them. Hardware costs are rising, and while I'm sure these companies aren't necessarily thrilled about that, they are finding ways to use it. If you can't afford a console, then they can rent it to you, lease it to you, maybe bundle it into a payment plan. If you can't afford that, then, well, maybe you can afford the cloud. If you can't afford the games, then, well, we have subscription services, creating a world where you own neither the hardware nor the games, and you can be charged for it indefinitely. The same thing is happening right now with physical games. Getting rid of discs gives PlayStation and Xbox more control over access and price. A physical game can be discounted by retailers, bought used, resold, traded, or just lent to somebody else. A digital game can sit at full price for years because, well, nobody's actually competing with that inventory, and no secondary market is going to be forcing that price down. Even if PlayStation continues to put their game codes inside of retail boxes, everybody knows where that leads. Once there's no disc to actually preserve, lend, or sell, most people are going to stop going to the stores entirely, and they're just going to buy them directly off of the console. There is no benefit to the customer here. It is a cheaper option for the platform holder. They're removing their competition, and they're making your access dependent on their storefront, servers, and their continued permission. What makes matters worse is that none of these companies are even using this to differentiate themselves anymore. Years ago, if you wanted to play online without paying any money, you had PlayStation or Nintendo. Now, all three platforms charge to play online. When Nintendo moved prices to $80, Xbox was the first one to follow. During the Xbox One era, Microsoft tried to push digital licensing and restrictions on trading games. PlayStation responded with one of the most legendary campaigns ever that completely crushed the Xbox One, showing how easy it was to hand somebody a physical game. Sony defended ownership because it gave them a competitive advantage. One generation later, and they're all moving in the exact same direction that Microsoft was. This is what I mean by these companies are just not actually competing with one another anymore. They still compete over exclusives and platform loyalty, but when something gives them more control or profitability, they all arrive at the exact same answer. Paid online, higher prices, subscriptions, digital distribution, closed ecosystems, less ownership. They don't need to sit in a room and all agree on it. Their incentives already point them in the exact same direction, and all that control does not end with just the storefront. Call of Duty records voice chats for moderation. Kernel-level anti-cheat and anti-piracy software is reaching deep inside your computer for your personal information. Age verification is being pushed across all kinds of different games and platforms right now with very little pushback. Payment processors can pressure storefronts to remove legal content without any laws ever being passed. This industry wants more control. That's why the ESA and Video Games Europe are out here lobbying against Stop Killing Games and your right to ownership. Hell, they're even labeling private servers in Minecraft as illegal behavior. They want that control so they can monetize your access. EA is out here announcing EA advertising, allowing brands to place advertisements and sponsored content directly inside of its games. Now, your attention can be monetized and sold while you're playing it. This is why I brought up the purpose statements at the beginning of the video. Every business exists to make money, but that's not supposed to be their only reason for existing. It's also supposed to be providing something useful to the people that are supporting it and also the society that is allowing it to operate. Competition and regulation is supposed to keep these companies in check, especially when they actually start getting really successful. It's to keep them from becoming oppressive, because without those limits, these companies stop asking how they can serve their customers, and they start asking, well, how much value can we extract from them? How can we make them dependent on us? And that's where the AAA industry is right now. Wall Street looked at the trust, loyalty, and communities that these companies had spent decades building and reduced it all to reoccurring revenue, engagement, and growth. And chasing those numbers, publishers traded away their audiences that made them valuable. They believed that gaming was infinitely scalable, but it has a ceiling. There are only so many players, only so much time in the day, and only so much money that people are willing to spend. These companies keep trying to push past that ceiling, and in doing so, they are destroying the games themselves and also the relationship that's been holding this entire industry together. The Western AAA industry has specialized too heavily. It has spread itself too thin. It is spending too much money, and it has built a future around margins that just can't keep growing forever. Players will outlast this. We will keep buying games, but we will support smaller studios, independent developers, older games, physical collections, emulation, and anything that still respects our time and money. This is why the average cost of games is going down, why indies are taking market share, and why less people are just buying games overall. These companies think that they're going to take away our choices and that's going to secure their future. In reality, all they did was just trade their future for the next quarter. These companies used to inspire joy and creativity and put smiles on people's faces. That's how they actually built their entire industry. That's what made these guys successful. But Wall Street came in, they got involved, and they saw that as something that was worth leveraging. And I think these guys were fully convinced that our loyalty meant that we would likely just accept anything that they wanted to do. And while I think these companies have gotten away with a lot of this stuff for a while, eventually you're just not going to get away with it anymore because people just aren't going to have the time or the money to be able to do anything. And honestly, keep in mind, more control doesn't mean that you're going to make people care. And that's probably the most important part. When I look across all of AAA, while I talk about how oppressive and how crazy it is what they're doing, at the same time, I mean, how many AAA games do people buy? How much do people really care about most of these franchises? I saw the other day that Xbox is, essentially going to be laying off all of these people, reducing their workforce to try to increase their profitability through their main key franchises. And I'm sitting here like, who cares about Halo anymore? Who cares about Gears of War? Who thinks that Fable is actually going to be a good game? Who thinks that Bethesda is capable of doing anything? Who cares about Call of Duty? Nobody. They've ruined a lot of that stuff, not only by just repetitively pushing that stuff out, but also just through everything that these guys have done throughout the years. You're just not relevant anymore because you got too aggressive and you got too greedy. I think the path this industry has taken is just completely unsustainable. It doesn't make any sense to me. I've said this before, and I think this is probably the most important thing to say. I think that public investment, especially at this scale, just doesn't make sense in a creative industry. And I think that it completely rots the process to the core. Because we're talking about somebody that has a cool idea and they want to make something cool, and then all of a sudden somebody comes in the side door and says, but do you think X and Y demographic will like it? Can you make game have X and Y demographic like it as well? Oh, by the way, is there any live service elements that you have thought of? We need to have some live service elements injected into that as well. It's too many voices, too many added opinions that are distracting from the creative process of making a video game, making something cool, making something interesting, making something that people actually want. And that's one of the reasons why a lot of these live service games that were pushed through all of this heavy investment have failed, because none of them, not a damn one, was ever made with us in mind. They were all made for the singular purpose of taking care of their shareholders, to bring more of them in, to bring in more money and more investment. That's the only thing that they cared about. And I view the games industry as essentially just walking down the exact same path as Hollywood right now. That same level of commercialization where you're seeing where it's just the same properties over and over again, increasing prices. The audience is actually the problem, declining relevance, something that I think is ultimately just going to end in collapse. Simple as that.
The Tempur-Pedic Breeze makes sleep feel cool. So no more sweating all night or blasting the air conditioning. Because the Tempur-Breeze feels up to 10 degrees cooler all night long. Find coolers.
It's crazy to see how quickly this industry has devolved over the years. And, you know, I've been thinking about it recently because I'm just like, man, we are just getting hammered with a lot of bad news recently. And the reason why is because this industry saw a rapid amount of investment and a rapid amount of influence that came into it that normally would have been spread out over many years.
Don't worry about that because you can go in and there's random servers and you just get queued and you'll laugh.
There's
and
15 million people who have the game.
yeah,
There's tons of people play with.
You're gonna make a bunch of new friends. So yeah, check it out. They had previously passed a how long ago was this? The 10 million threshold was like last week, so they're selling like millions every week. That's good on them. And then continuing the sales marks, we have another indie, Sands of Sophie. This is an extraction shooter. They crossed 300,000 copies sold, so they did a big update. So this game released. We played the alpha. We thought it was fun. There was some hiccups and buggy. This is like I think they released in early access, so I don't know if I could recommend you go run out and play it. Probably needs a few updates first. In fact, they just rolled out an update July 2nd, which actually fucked some shit up, then had to be rolled back. But they did apologize, and then they said we sold 300K copies for Sand sold. We're getting half an hour of air conditioning tonight. Huh. This is the CEO of publisher Tiny Build. I wouldn't really, immediately punch all the air out of the room with that. I guess he's trying to make a joke about how hot it is and how expensive things are. But let's keep it on the good news of this. Are you saying you didn't make enough money? You only made enough money for half an hour? All right. Anyways, so that game went live June 2nd in early access. And then we've got 40 million copies sold for Cyberpunk 2077 has now reached that threshold. After it got fixed. And quote unquote a testament to what CD Projekt Red does best. Well, not at release.
No.
Not at release.
No, I like that story better where the upper brass at CD Projekt Red were like, we know we fucked up and we know we will never get the trust back of all these people. And like, you're goddamn right. You will never automatically be trusted with anything.
The exact quote was, does best creating high-quality, immersive stories that keep players returning for years, said co-CEO. It's a great foundation for our upcoming projects in this universe, including the Cyberpunk Edgerunners 2 anime arriving this fall. So we took an opportunity to promote that as well. But yeah, no mention how, they over many updates, we've improved the game, listened to feedback, and made something that we're proud of. You know, that kind of stuff would have been a little better.
My favorite still, Alex, like, you guys had faces?
Yeah. No, to be fair, back in June, he did say, he had some other comments. He said, I'm not 100% convinced we went through a full redemption arc. Yeah. I'm convinced that we lost the faith of some people indefinitely.
Yes.
And that is a fair thing. But I do hope that we will be able to make it back, if not with The Witcher 4, then with whatever comes next. To be fair, they are still speaking our language. These are people that we know and have talked to in the past. Haven't talked to them,
They came out and played board games with us. They're awesome.
They are super awesome. This is a long time ago, though. And I think they understand gamers and the pulse of gaming. So they understand that the next release is really going to be kind of examined quite thoroughly.
it won't be between console generations, so I have no, like if you're like, hey, I would never bet against them unless, they're like, hey, we need a release on the same day that PS6 comes out. So,
yeah. So, if No Man's Sky can eventually turn things around, so can CD Projekt Red.
Yeah, they can. I just wanted the stories to be different whenever you chose your faction.
Oh, yeah, your background didn't really matter.
Yeah. But
yeah, I'm sure they'll improve all that in a sequel, and hopefully that'll get a little more there. Okay, so that's some good news for you to consume before we have one of the worst stories.
We got a lot of them. They're all related. They're all about Xbox. So Xbox IO Interactive has lost funding for its online fantasy RPG. This is called Project Fantasy. And they're like, hey, we lost one of our partners, and they're not giving us money anymore, and we don't know what we're going to do. And then it was revealed that it was Microsoft. Xbox has cut all that stuff because the end of the year for Xbox was the end of June, and they were trying to get as much stuff off their books as they possibly could because they have to tell their investors how well everything is going. And so they like to do things like, let's fire a bunch of people at the end of the year because then they can be like, oh, well, if we forecast at these numbers, everything looks bigger and better. Because if you don't have growth every single year, people get mad. And I don't know how long that we can do infinite growth.
Xbox is laying off 3,200 people and dumping 4 major studios. And the most significant restructure in Xbox history.
Now,
this is it's big. That's a lot of jobs.
This is actually way better than I thought, because if there is a silver lining, the companies aren't closing down. So
yes.
Double Fine gets to go out, keep its IPs, and go out and own itself again.
Okay.
And that is really, really good news, because I thought these were all going to just be you're fired, right?
Right.
Compulsion Games. So Compulsion also gets to go independent again. They get again with their IP catalog. And Ninja Theory and Undead Labs were being sold to unnamed new owners, so hopefully those new owners are better than Xbox. Now,
you got that update, because this is all live. This is all happening right now.
Yeah.
People are going to buy them, and there's already people in the wings, because over at Forbes, it's saying currently in talks to be sold. Well,
yeah. So while Ninja Theory and Undead Labs are being sold to unnamed new owners.
Okay.
So it's awful.
I care about all of these, but, recently, the one on my radar, State of Decay 3 is going to be canceled. Please no. But if they're in talks to be sold, then the plans are currently, and it says the plans, at least on Forbes from Paul Tassi, the plans are still to release State of Decay 3.
Yeah. So probably part of the thing. So 1,600 people lost their jobs today, and then another 1,600 people over the course of the company's fiscal year. So they're going to time release the other layoffs. So I'm sure that does great things for the morale at people over at Xbox. The only reason Arcane wasn't brought up is because Arcane is based in France, and France has employee protections, which is great. I wish we had those too, where you can't just close stuff for the sake of money all the time. But that does leave the Blade game kind of up in the air, like what's going to happen with Arcane. Are they going to be shuttered or sold or any of those other things?
Yeah.
Todd Howard says that everything's going great over there on as far as Blade goes, but I don't know. I don't personally believe a lot of stuff that he says. So
why not, Alex?
Yeah. It's part of it is like meme stuff, but like other things, it's like he does misrepresent the truth a lot, and then he says some things that's like, as a human being, I don't trust people who say that kind of shit. So. Yeah, super horrible day. We knew it was going to be a bloodbath, but 3,200 I think is bigger than what even I was expecting it was going to be. Of course, people are super upset about Xbox firing this many people. People are pointing back to their sale of Activision and Blizzard, where they said, no, we're not going to do any of these things, and it's just they were going to anyway.
I had a news story here, but I can't figure it out. Can't pull it up because X sucks. and Twitter sucks. But essentially, that's the high number of people that got laid off today. It's not as if the gaming industry can then just like immediately absorb all these people and get them new positions in the game industry. So that means that there are legitimately people losing their jobs today that they're like, I don't know what I'm doing next for money.
Yeah.
And this is all the fault of, you know, a big corporation who decided, you know, to make a bunch of poor decisions. You all remember when Xbox was like, oh, it's about the games. And then they bought all these studios with money in order to make the games. And then they didn't really make the games. They started canceling a lot of the games. And then they released a bunch of small games south of midnight. Who the fuck bought that? You remember with the poo-poo and there wasn't there a level with poop and shit, and then there was what, the fucking kiln from Double Fine?
Yeah.
Like what? And you know, smaller games, right? That didn't really work out. That didn't sell a bunch of cancelizations like Scalebound never came out. A bunch of others. And obviously, over time, these studios are expensive to run. And then, at the same time, leadership changes at Xbox. Now, Xbox has always been a loss leader, so this has been coming for a long time. Xbox has never been profitable. They've been, like, losing money for Microsoft for a while. But a new CEO comes, and they use this as an opportunity to, all right, we're finally going to stop this shit and make this profitable. So a lot of people are getting axed today. A lot of studios are being let go, and they are slimming down. And in the end, this is necessary because obviously Xbox can't run in the red in perpetuity forever. Okay? But it's just the incompetence of the people that were in charge that let this stuff fester for so long and made so many wrong decisions that lead to a lot of people getting hurt by it. And with no parachute, these people aren't getting golden parachutes. They're not, you know, and that's what sucks the most. And it's probably at a most inopportune time as well, you know, for these people to find new jobs. It just sucks. And fuck Xbox for this.
Yeah. The other changes they've announced is Mojang and King are now going to report directly to the Xbox CEO. Management layers will be reduced from 14 to at most 5.
Good.
That is a lot of management layers. And so they said they're going to streamline their work, cleaner code, shared services, 50% reduced vendor spending. So reductions will be made across other units with a shift of their investment to focus on higher priority projects. So Activision, Bethesda, Blizzard, King, Mojang, and Xbox Game Studios. So none of the first-party publicly announced games or projects have been canceled, and apparently, but Arcane Studios is beginning consultation with works councils to review potential strategic options, because again, that's a French law, so they can't just fire everybody immediately. And so we'll see what happens with Arcane, if they go independent or you know they get shuttered. So
Jeez. It's fucking terrible.
Yeah.
There's no bright side.
I mean, Microsoft did super well last year. You know, their income is massively up, but also Microsoft has committed roughly $190 billion in capital expenditures for data center and AI infrastructure buildouts. So in 2025 alone, the company poured $88 billion into additional AI infrastructure. So they're building all this foundation for stuff, and we haven't seen mass consumer adoption for the AI shit that, like, people are turning off AI everywhere they possibly can or not buying products that have it. So as more companies continue to buy into this, you know, I'm not saying it's a bubble. It's a fucking bubble. You know, they're going to have to start pulling back on other things because consumers just aren't buying in. So.
Now, the article states here at Forbes, the games are not canceled for now, but there's no guarantee that they're going to make release. You know, some of the games need more money to finish development. The two major projects, Senua from Ninja Theory and then State of Decay 3 from Undead Labs. Since there are already people playing early alphas of State of Decay 3 and uploading YouTube videos of 3 hours and 4 hours of gameplay and stuff, and some content creators have it, I feel like that game's coming out. The percentage of that game coming out is higher. Senua maybe a little less because it's probably earlier on in development, but I still think it's very likely that if they get bought up, that whoever buys them is going to give them enough resources to release that as well. As far as Xbox going forward, a lot of these layoffs are at ZeniMax Bethesda. And fuck ZeniMax Bethesda, they fucked up a lot. You know, and so unfortunately because of those fuck ups, a lot of people get laid off. And I think Xbox is now going to start focusing on the larger titles that they have. So big IPs instead of these smaller indie games from game jams and niche titles. And so it's going to kind of suck for a little bit because they're probably going to fall back on Halo and Gears of War. And you see all these strategies already. Call of Duty. Fable, they think maybe they can re-energize Fable. I am looking forward to that one. But mainly Elder Scrolls 6 and Fallout. These are the ones that they're putting a lot of pressure on Todd Howard to get done. And let's get these games more than once every 15 years is what Xbox is now feeling. Like, come on now. Now, initially, we're losing money. We're losing money. Where the game at? Where the game? Oh, we're going to make it right. We're going to make it right. All right, we're losing money. We're having to lay people off. Where them games at? Okay, we're going to make it the game. We're going to make it right. At some point, you got to be like, all right, here, we own these licenses. We own these companies. So, Todd, if you can't get it done, then, you know, they're going to give Todd a chance to release the game. But what I'm thinking is they're going to start doing spin-offs. So maybe the world of a Fallout New Vegas 2 happening. Obviously not that exact thing, but something similar to it in a spin-off from Obsidian or from another company that they contract to come in and do a new Halo game, do a new Fallout game in between is more likely to happen going forward so that you'll have these spin-off games in between these major releases. If these things are going to continue to take 15 years to come out, which I don't think they will. They're going to speed development.
Yeah, they're just going to start doing. I mean, they remade Oblivion, and they didn't even do it. They hired that amazing company who did a wonderful job to do it. Yep. And just go call them up again and be like, hey, what other IPs do we have? I need you to do a remaster for every game that people have ever loved. So it's like Fallout New Vegas, remastered. Totally expect that, you know, to come out sometime soon. And then go through all of the, you know, the Activision catalog and what other ones that you can do. Because we keep talking about the only game company that's actively like doing really, really well is Capcom. And they're making good games. I totally get that, but they're also just half of their recent catalog is them remaking all of their greatest hits.
They need to remake was it Fusion Frenzy?
Now, hilariously, to counteract what I just said, unannounced Halo multiplayer game codenamed Project Ecker has reportedly been canceled.
How bad was that it got canceled?
Project Ecker, the codename for a standalone multiplayer-only Halo game that had been in the works at Halo Studios, has been canceled. A video uploaded on Friday, July 3rd, Rebs Gaming claims that he heard from multiple sources within Halo Studios that employs that Project Ecker is no longer in development. Follows up by saying he doesn't know exactly when or why, but he theorizes it may be due to the fact that the number of developers on the Ecker team were moved back to work on Halo campaign involved instead, and they were facing major development problems. My assumption is this was a Battle Royale mode, or extraction shooter mode.
Extraction shooter. They're
and
so hot right now.
Fucking Halo Studios are, I guess, such big fuck-ups. They can't figure out how to make Halo multiplayer work.
I can fix everything. You gotta hire me. I got a plan. Step one, Conker's Bad Fur Day remastered.
Yes.
Guaranteed hit.
Yes.
2, Hunter the Reckoning remastered.
Yes.
Guaranteed hit.
It'll make 3 sales. Us.
StarCraft 1 remastered. And then they just go through it's like, okay, Blizzard, what do you got? You guys haven't fucking made a real video game in fucking forever. Please make a goddamn video game. And then they just force everyone.
Now, I don't think the Xbox layoffs of 3,200 employees specifically affect the Halo studio, so I can't really blame that. Instead, you just blame maybe people fucking up in here. Maybe Xbox didn't want to give them more money for that project development and would rather them focus on Combat Evolved first, or Campaign Evolved, the remake of the original Halo. Maybe if that releases and is successful, they can restart Project Ecker or whatever they're going to call the next iteration.
Seems like they've
and eventually get
an
extraction shooter, eventually get a Battle Royale. We'll see. But as of now, that project has been canceled behind the scenes, and we heard about it.
We're going to let these crackers know their consequences.
You will be partnered with someone with ties to organized crime.
There's no rules.
Yeah.
And that's and again, a lot of people to look for jobs. And by the end of all this, it's like, this is very sad, and it sucks, and it's a corporate incompetence, and it's real people who develop the things that we love getting hurt and now trying to being jobless and trying to find new spots. And then at the end of the day, can you take anything positive from it?
Yes.
Well, if you go ahead.
4 companies didn't get closed.
I thought
they were going to fire all these people, and they were going to close all these companies.
And I'm wondering if these numbers, 3,200 over the next year, because we're going to get more stories of this. This is going to be an ongoing thing.
Yeah.
There was a big chunk of them today, but then over time they're going to release the rest of them. So there's bad news, more bad news incoming, because it might come from a sector or something that's important and that we didn't want it to happen to. But I'm wondering if some of those numbers include, we are losing these employees that work at these 4 studios. Because technically, those people are losing Xbox jobs, because Xbox is laying off those people and you're no longer working for us. So that's included in the number, right? But technically, those people still have jobs when they get hired and bought by a third party. That's what I'm hoping to kind of cushion some of these numbers.
Reading the official Xbox thing, it's not worded that way.
Yeah. And it could be that a lot of these jobs, because they did say ZeniMax is taking a big brunt of it as well.
Yeah.
ZeniMax ain't gonna be bought by nobody. Those people are just out the door. They're fucked. So yeah, it could be that, and it could be both. But it doesn't bring me faith that Xbox CEO Asha Shawarma is saying kind of stupid shit. Don't say stupid shit right now. And she's saying stupid shit. She wants games to cater to more than 1 billion people each day. What is she talking about? 1 billion people is 25 times more than the peak population of Steam. Let's not be delusional about the numbers and stuff. Now, if she's meaning that there's billions of views and watches and this and that, and gaming is huge, then yes, gaming is huge and can affect millions and millions of people. But I don't want to be like, well, Xbox is going to now make 1 billion sales. don't. Let's I don't know. It's borderline delusional. Her exact quote is, I want Xbox to be one of the few companies, or I'm sorry, I want Xbox to be one of the few companies that entertains more than 1 billion people each day and gives everyone the opportunity to create and connect. I know we can achieve this goal. You can't, because there's 25 times the amount of Steam, and Steam is literally the biggest on the planet, and everybody mostly only plays on Steam. Xbox has many of the beloved franchises in entertainment history, talented studios around the world, and we will return to growth in 2027. No, you'll return to growth in 2028, because over the year, this year isn't over. There's going to be more layoffs, and then they'll probably extend a little bit into the first part of 2027.
They don't really have anything major coming up. Oh, Fable?
Halo. I don't know how excited people are to play the first Halo. But, I mean, they mentioned in their
video games. Yeah, go ahead.
That they're competing with like the major manufacturers and developers, but also the indies are kicking their ass.
Yeah.
And it makes sense. We
Good.
just talked about a small group of people that made 15 million sales because they made a good. That is a Double Fine game. Like if we're talking about like Mecha Chameleon, like Double Fine with 400 whatever employees made Kiln, which 7 people played, and they spent all of that money to make it. So Xbox's problem has been content. Like, you know, kind of right. You've been making bad games for 8 years. No wonder you're in trouble.
Yeah. And to remind you, a billion is 1,000 millions, okay? And if Steam's record, they just hit a record last year, 41 million concurrent users on Steam.
Mm-hmm.
She says hers can do 1,000, not 41, 1,000. It's not happening.
She's a dreamer. That's what they
It's not
hired her.
happening. Yeah. Well, she better not be cutting jobs until it hits that number, because they're not gonna hit that number. I can get behind a sleeker, smaller Xbox. If you're getting rid of a lot of the layers, as you said, that was the one quote that actually made me perk up a little bit. It's like, okay, so we're getting rid of a lot of the management layers. Now, obviously, employees are still getting let go. But when the new ones come in, or when this company starts growing again, hopefully they don't start stacking up management again and, fucking things up the same way they did before.
Yeah. It's almost always the management. It's like, this is where we put the microtransactions, and the developers like, we need to make a good game first.
Games, good games.
And we're like, no, we haven't been doing that around here for a long time. And mismanagement's, I mean, it's not like Xbox hasn't put out incredibly major titles in the last 8 years. They just haven't been good, and people haven't been buying them. Halo Infinite was supposed to be this cultural event that sold 1 billion copies, and
Starfield was a letdown.
And they bought Bethesda because of Starfield, and that game sucked.
So she put out a message here, and in her own words, she says, today 1,600 people were eliminated.
Yeah,
that's a lot of people. Unfortunately, it's not possible to make all the necessary changes in a single day, and I want to be direct about this scale. I know this is painful. These changes will directly affect people who have poured their creativity into building Xbox. Many of us joined through acquisitions, while others were recruited here or sought us out because they love the industry. Today's do not deflect their talent or dedication. Our business today is not healthy, so she's being very direct, because these CEOs always lie and paint a better picture than what's really happening at the company. It's their job, especially in shareholders. But she's being very frank, so it's probably a little worse than this. But she says, our business is not healthy. We operate at margins that are 3 to 10 times lower than comparable platforms and other publishing businesses. That's pretty bad. So Sony and Nintendo have been secretly kicking ass in terms of just like operating the way that with higher margins at Xbox. It's always been a loss leader, the dream of the Xbox, and the Bill Gates pulling out the Xbox with the Rock coming out and showing the Xbox. They always knew that they were going to lose money with it until eventually they start making money.
Clear the way! It's time for the Big Bang! Life energy, yeah! Stand back! Or no!
It's been a long time, so I
There's
guess
$70 billion in the hole from just 2 acquisitions, though.
Yeah.
Like, we thought they paid a lot for Bethesda at like $4 billion, and then they went out and paid $68 billion for Activision.
So we entered Gen 9 with a smaller install base and a higher cost structure. To grow, we bet on the Game Pass, a multi-platform, broader portfolio of content. While those businesses have created meaningful value, they did not grow at the pace we expected. You want to know why? Because you increased the price of the Game Pass. So the one thing that you relied on, you fucked up by increasing the prices, and they lost 50% of their subscribers. Everybody rebelled. It was like a great moment for gamers and gaming, because we rallied together. We said, nope, that's too fucking much. And then Xbox had to come back later on and say, "Oh, okay, the price we'll lower the prices a little bit." Like one of the few victories in all this. But you fucked it up in the first place by losing the 50%. Had you not done that and tried different things, then maybe things could have gone a little differently. Anyways, first we will reset our content portfolio. And since 2018, we aggressively expanded our studios, right? And but we find ourselves competing not only with largest publishers but also smaller independent studios. So they're even admitting that indies are kicking their ass.
Good.
Game of the year.
You never see that.
Yeah, like, I mean,
Expedition.
Exposition, Baldur's Gate. I mean, these are not owned by the major conglomerates. So
And they say, look at her, what she says. It is neither possible nor desirable to own every great independent studio. So she's telling her investors, like, it's impossible for us to just, because the investors are like, why are all these indie games making all the money? Why didn't you do those ideas? Just buy them. So that's to them saying, look, we can't buy every single indie studio that pops up because some are going to be massive failures. In fact, 90% of indies are going to be failures, and you're going to have all these little ones that pop up.
Which has been such a boon to this event as the Artist Alley and Indie Dev Quarter.
Not the best
Oh my.
home for every type of studio. In a typical year, we lost 64 cents for every dollar we invested. Good God. So she's building the case to get people to realize, oh, a reset did need to happen. Wake up call. If you were Xbot, if you're one of those online warriors, say, oh, PlayStation sucks and Nintendo doesn't know what they're doing, it turns out you guys sucked. And the business was really fucked and needed to be changed. And so they're changing it. It just sucks that, they had good intentions, they failed, they fucked up, and this is the result. Hopefully they come out leaner and smaller and making better decisions. But I'm just happy, and like Alex said, it could have been way worse. It's not way worse. And Xbox does seem to have a desire to stay around, adjust, adapt, and potentially make a comeback.
Yeah,
as of now, worst day ever for Xbox.
Yeah. The 4 companies staying alive. State of Decay 3 still getting released. Well, they said the new
Still
ownership
playing.
will be funding to complete and grow Senua and State of Decay 3. So it's like we're still getting the games. The companies didn't get shut down. So
Let's see what happens after that, though.
yeah, because like the worst thing is when like EA would just buy these companies up, ruin them, and then close them. So it's like I said, it's shitty and it is horrible day, but it's better than I expected.
Now, when she said, I want Xbox to be one of the few companies that entertains more than 1 billion people each day and gives everyone the opportunity to create and connect, I know we can achieve this goal. That makes me a little worried, but she's just trying to be optimistic, right? Xbox has many of the most beloved franchises in entertainment history, talented studios around the world, and we will return to growth in 2027. History is full of companies that mistake longevity for inevitability. We will not be one of them. Asha. Okay. That's it.
Well, like Alex said, start with the remastered.
Yeah, remaster everything.
I mean, what is that last sentence supposed to mean there, Alex, do you think? History is full of companies that mistake longevity for inevitability.
Oh, that they're just going to be, just because you've been around for a long time, that you're going to be
Doesn't
around?
always, yeah.
Yeah, there are lots of companies that have been around that limp along. And
Nintendo and PlayStation, is she talking about that? What is she talking about?
No.
She's just saying that we're not going to take for granted the fact that Microsoft payrolls all this and we've been losing money for so long. It's time now to actually grow and be in it for the long run.
I don't think they've got the personnel to do it.
Yeah.
The problem is Microsoft has run the video game world like they've run Microsoft, and they're not the same type of product. Like, creatives are what make the games that we love, and they keep putting non-creatives in charge of the creatives, and then they buy these companies, and the true creatives leave and go do their other companies. And so just because you own the Halo IP doesn't mean you're going to have a great Halo. Like, I mean, that's what we keep seeing with all these things. I mean,
and honestly, I don't think, the upcoming Gears of War is going to sell like like gangbusters.
It's gonna do okay.
I think it's gonna do okay.
It's gonna lose a shitload of money if those budget numbers were right. I don't think they're right, but if those budget numbers are right, they're gonna lose a shitload of money.
Yeah.
I mean,
My parents didn't finish college, and I was the first person to go to college.
Show his stuff off for the first time.
You're so inspirational. Do you know that?
No, I didn't.
That was really beautiful.
I was just like, oh.
That's just a beautiful
Wow.
representation of our community.
Yeah.
That was
It
great.
is.
It is.
It is.
And so this is all stuff that is happening currently on this floor. On the floor below us, we have so many more things. And this is the practice room and World 9, where you can play lots of games. You can practice your games. You can get games and controllers repaired. You can rent consoles and games and just enjoy yourself down there. There's TVs, there's CRTs, there's monitors, lots of different systems. And I did want to shout out, because I heard this, World 9 has been partnered with GDQ for over 10 years now.
Dude, World 9 the goats.
From the tube TVs to the low latency monitors to like literally everything we need to make this show run and everything that the runners need to practice and polish their performance. So once again, thank you very much, World 9, for the extended partnership.
Dog, when I learned that they clean your controllers and they actually crack in there, dude, I have so many Super Nintendo controllers where the D-pads are gone. I brought a bag of like 8 of them, and I'm saying, I'm gonna give you a solid amount of money, and this is gonna be great. This is gonna be good on both sides for us. World 9, they're the goats. And one thing I've always loved since the beginning of GDQs, and it's one of my favorite aspects about just coming to a GDQ, and a lot of us here, we're nerds about speedrunning. It's cool to just find the other people who care as much as you do about these little things, and just like, oh, I'm gonna show you firsthand how to do this trick in Devil May Cry, in Donkey Kong Country, in you know, Castlevania, in whatever. All of a sudden, you get that hands-on approach. It's really one of the nicest ways to bring the community together. But I know, Jalen, we've got other amazing ways to bring the community together here in nice social ways.
We do, and that's in our arcade. So our arcade is phenomenal. If you've not been there, please go visit. And I did want to...
Dude, it's super sick this year.
Yeah, and by name, I wanted to talk about our providers who have that. So that is Psychic Drive, Credits Remaining, and Bad Penny Pinball. All together, they have brought 53 games, cabs, machines, and more that are available 24 hours a day to play for free while we're here.
Hey, that's Fu.
Hey, that's Fu. That's Kung Fu Fuka.
Yeah. When I went down there earlier while we were filming for something, and I was like, oh, I'll just play one of the pinball machines. There were none available.
They are not. They are not.
There were like 12 or 15. Yo, that's such a cool shot, by the way. I love that. I don't know what that's doing, but that's cool. There were like 15 pinball machines, and there was literally someone with a couple people on the second line ready to go on all of them. Pinball's so cool. They have all the rhythm games for all the rhythm game sickos out there. There's so much cool stuff in there. Make sure to check it out.
Yeah, and I just, this is really cool. Also, with this game in particular.
What is this?
The creator of this is here. This is the first time this game has premiered in the United States, and it's going to go on its little world tour now. It is very fun. I don't want to tell you about what it is because you just need to figure it out.
I gotta go down
because
there.
I went down there and I was like, how do you play this? And he went, no. Just, and you'll figure it out. It's very fun. But I did want to say this is not all of the things that we have on site. We did not get to see other things like the panel and meetups room, the music room, the game room. In particular, the board game room is because Kung Fu Fruit Cup is going to do a special on that tomorrow.
Yeah.
And before we go to prizes, because I want to spend a little bit of time on the cool stuff that you can be entered to win when you donate. All of the things that you saw here are on gdq.gg/activities if you are on site, so you can go and find that and find something that speaks to your heart. And also, for all of that footage, I really want to give a shout out to Kiara, who had my vision in mind and shot that in an hour and a half and just was perfect every single time. Kiara, you are an unsung hero, and thank you so much for everything you do for us.
Kiara's an absolute MVP back here.
Yes, and so, with that, tell us about some prizes.
I want to tell you about grand prizes, because like I said earlier in the week, like during the pre-show, we have not one, not two, but 4 total grand prizes for you to be eligible to win upon donations. And they're incredible. I feel like there's like one for like everyone. There's a taste for everyone. So, I do have this guitar here with me on set, but I'm going to talk about the ones that we featured in days past. I know Ruby Hart yesterday had brought up the Spyro Gemstone set from Gem Cutter Schufels. Those 5 diamonds that were cubic zirconium and very modeled after the Spyro 2 and Spyro 3 gems. Absolutely incredible, and even though they would be like very, very little, but they are they're just super nice to like show off for that sheen. And about grand prizes, just a little bit of a segue. $250 cumulative donation throughout the entire week. So that means whenever you are going to gdq.gg/donate, and whenever you are trying to unlock even more GDQ with us, then you will attach that, that $25, $50, $100 donation to an incentive, which we had just opened up for Hollow Knight Silksong.
I was going like this on Bobby's landing.
I am super excited about Hollow Knight Silksong as you are. So let's talk about that incentive real quick. The Flea Games Showcase is opened up at $10,000. So again, keep that tab open, gdq.gg/donate, tie that amount to the incentive, and when we're talking about building up toward the grand prize, you could even pick another prize from our block until the end of Monster Hunter Wilds for you to showcase. Another grand prize that we showed off in the pre-show was that Valheim Sword and Shield grand prize bundle. That Mistwalker sword, the silver shield, even the big plushie, the big neck dragon plushie. that scent dropped on me like out of nowhere, and then the tankard, so you can fill up with some nice hydration for your day. Like again, like all of that bundle is brought to you by Heroic Replicas. And speaking of like how amazing it is to have like creators, like really, craft these prizes specially made for GDQ. Heroic Replicas has been with us like for a long while, for a big minute. So shout outs to them. Now, this is a grand prize that I had not talked about all this week because
this is the first time.
This is
so
the
exciting.
first time because I wanted to.
Oh boy.
see, Spike knows what we're talking about.
I just want everyone to know.
So
I offered Bobby money on an amount he could name under the table to just give me this prize. But we're gonna give it to y'all instead. What is it?
I gotta ask the audience something here. Do y'all like Pokemon? We love Pokemon here. So what we have for you, if you love the Pokemon trading card game, a Pokemon Mega Evolution TCG bundle. That is 4 booster boxes of the recent Mega Evolution TCG sets, complete with a ETB, an Elite Trainer bundle for those sets. One booster box and 1 ETB for 4 sets. That is an incredible value at a $250 sum throughout the entire week.
Did you hear the audience when they saw it?
GDQ.gg/prizes is where you want to be. Please, we have so much of those prizes in store for you. And last but not least, we did show this off in our first prizer segment.
So gorgeous.
But I want to just have y'all feast your eyes on this bad baby again by Lifelike, my good old buddy at Orbital Guitars, the DMC3 Navon guitar. This isn't a modification. We didn't just buy an Ibanez and just soup things up. This is cut from wood. These were sourced electronics. Like Lifelike had poured in hundreds and hundreds of hours over a few months to get this special 1 out of 1 guitar made for you Devil May Cry fans, for you metal fans, for you karaoke fans. Hey, I mean, if you do
appreciator of arts,
an absolute appreciator of arts. Again, and these are quite different. We have something for everyone. Whether you are a music enthusiast, whether you love collectibles, whether you love TCGs, the grand prize suite here has got it all. And so again, one last time, gdq.gg/donate. We have incentives opened up. Y'all are kicking butt at that Flea Games showcase, almost 20% of the way there. How excited are we for Silk Song?
I am. Thank you. Well, with that, thank you all so much for taking a little tour with us around the event space and seeing what we can do here. Bobby, Spike, thank you so much for joining me. Y'all are great. And let's get to more GDQ, more action, and keep donating so we can see more.
There we go. Thank you so much, Jadlyn, Bobby, and Spike. That was wonderful. Those prizes, that guitar, I can't express to you all enough. That guitar is so incredible to see in person. You want to get your donations in for that. Speaking of donations, I have a $500 donation from Thundar001 that says, "Awoo!" Thank you so much for that $500 donation. Incredible generosity. And I know Bobby mentioned it. I'm going to mention it too. We have that Flea Games showcase open right now. We just hit another milestone. We are almost at 2,500. We're almost a quarter of the way there, and the run hasn't even happened yet. You all are making phenomenal progress on that showcase. Keep it up. Let's get that met as soon as possible. We have $25 from $25 from Gwen that says, "Awoo!" There was a lot of O's there, so I wanted to extend it a little bit there. And $30 from JM that says Silk Song, "Awoo percent?" All fleas. We are going into one buggy game. Again, 28% of the way on that flea game showcase already. And again, we are just about to get ready for that Awoo percent Hollow Knight Silk Song run. You all are making phenomenal progress on that incentive. Keep it up.
The stick to neutral to cancel the landing lag from landing from the pogo. So it's a bit of a rhythm for each and every one of these pogos in the early game.
Yes, absolutely. So there are a couple of different ways to do these pogos. If you are a beginner, then you can do slightly higher pogos where you don't get that end lag, but if you want to move as fast as possible, you need to do what we call neutral pogos, where you do let go of the directional input as you hit the ground, just on the frame that you hit the ground though. So it ends up being quite a tricky rhythm. I do not claim to be the best at it, but I also do play with an analog stick on controller, so a controversial choice among Silk Song runners for sure.
And this helps us go a lot faster. This saves like multiple minutes in like the first like 10 or so minutes that run auto. So
Yeah, it is an absolutely massive time save, unfortunately for... but yeah, now we come across the very first boss of the run, and this one is more or less scripted if she behaves. This is Moss Mother. The main thing that we're trying to do with Moss Mother is keep her along this right wall as much as we can. That's because when she does her headbang attack, she hits the top of the ceiling, where we can still hit her instead of flying all the way up here. Yeah. So that is the first boss down. She's a little bit of a pushover, but let me tell you, in Silk Song, that does not remain true. All the remaining bosses that we will fight very much can and possibly will kill me. So we will see how the rest goes.
Also, everyone wave goodbye to taking 1 damage from anything for the next 2 hours.
But first, more tummy ache problems.
Yeah.
Yes, this is where the tummy ache problems get the best of Hornet, and we meet the Chapel Maid, who we will only be speaking to this once for the duration of the run. But we have a moment here, so why don't we check in and see how that flea game incentive is going, because I'm very excited for that showcase if we can meet that.
Well, you should be pretty excited, Math, because it is already over 60% of the way met. Over $6,000 of the $10,000 needed to meet that incentive. Unbelievable.
Absolutely incredible. Thank you to everyone who has been donating to that. I am very excited for that showcase. Just to quickly run down what that is for those who may not know, there are a set of 3 mini games in the game that are centered around fleas. They are found quite late in the game, so I have a separate save file prepared to play those mini games, but they are absolutely adorable. They are focused around the fleas. They are flea dodge, flea bounce, and flea juggle, and only one of those is incredibly difficult and infuriating.
And also, it's an opportunity to see fleas in their full battle regalia.
Yes,
you don't want to miss
absolutely.
that extremely intense and not at all adorable thing.
All right, so here we're gonna have the first major skip of the run. This is called the Beastfly Pogo. And what we do is we lure that Beastfly up there and Pogo up here. That saves something like a minute, basically skips going around the entirety of the Marrow, and it was found on the very first day the game was out. So the speedrunning community was here pretty much immediately with this game.
I believe maybe not chronologically the first, but I know, Math, you found that independently in your casual playthrough on day 1, right?
Sure did,
Yeah.
yes. I was looking to break this game a little bit once I started playing, and it was quite possible.
I also want to note that we got a double Pashanka, so this run is blessed.
Oh,
let's
amazing.
go.
That is relatively rare. So the double Pashanka is Chakra's way of saying good luck. We won't see as much of Chakra in this run as I would like.
So here, Math is using a secret button, which is depressing an analog stick on controller to taunt as Hornet. That baits the Acne there to a position where you can pogo off of it to skip walking around to get our first Silk skill.
Yes, and this is the only Silk skill we'll be getting in this run. It is Silk Spear. It is needed to fight the next boss, but it also provides a very strong damage source for us for pretty much the entire run. So the Silk Spear deals triple the needle damage, and that does go up when we get needle upgrades, which is not the way that it worked in Hollow Knight, where spells dealt static damage, but you could upgrade your nail. Here, the spells are scaling with your needle, so it's very good to get our needle upgrades and to continue to use our spells the entire game. But now we come up on the first real tricky boss of the run. This is the Bell Beast, and I'm going to be going for a pretty tight phase skip if I can get it. So the Bell Beast has a pretty small amount of health and has a very long second phase. So we are hoping to get just enough damage in to where we can deal the second half of the Bell Beast's health pool during the phase transition. So we're on pace here. Perfect.
Nice.
Yeah, so that saves something like 20 seconds. There's a pretty long phase transition and an entire second phase that we need to do. But now we're going to go through quite a bit of a sequence here to collect a silk heart. So this is a good time to hear some of those donations.
I have one here from someone named Quacksilver.
Oh.
$121.35. It says, "Hi, Math, sincerity incoming. Donating this amount as the reverse of 5/31/21, the day I came out as trans on the internet. A feat I would not have been courageous enough to pursue without your kindness and warmth. And my life has been everything because of it. You are the embodiment of the ideal of speedrunning. That speedrunning is great because of the people you meet and their capacity for good. And the video games are just the medium by which we find one another. I would not be a version of myself I recognize without you. Here's to another 5 years and then some. Less than 3. Also, what the heck? I can't believe you're beating the game in this meme run, SMH 0 out of 10 speedrun."
Quack, you cannot hit me with that 10 minutes into the run.
That was on Kuiper.
I purposefully, I'm reading this one first. This is the first one.
I love you, man.
We love you, Quack.
Extremely kind words, Quack, and you've been an absolutely incredible friend in the speedrunning space, and yeah, here's to many more years of silly beam runs. All right, so who we met there was the Bell Beast, that is Aira, as we like to call her, mostly because that is what Hornet says when she is calling the Bell Beast. That is the fast travel system in this game. So we did have to fight the Bell Beast just to, make her come to her senses. But don't worry, now for the rest of the run, the Bell Beast will be a friend. And we will be taking good advantage of that fast travel system because this run does need to go absolutely all over the map. So that includes just about every area, and we do need to return to many areas. And that is why we grab quite a few bits of rosaries throughout the game. So if you played this game casually, you might remember that rosaries simply do not exist at all. It turns out there are a couple around, and we do grab them when possible so that we can pay for the bellways to do that fast travel.
And something else worth noting is over the patch history of the game, Team Cherry has over time slowly patched in a few more kindnesses in terms of rosaries, made the econ a little bit better. That's worth noting because if you saw any percent of Silksong at last event, we're actually playing on the latest patch of the game. This is tradition in meme runs because...
Exactly. Yeah, so I am playing on the latest patch, and that does introduce a number of differences. If you've seen any percent runs, in particular, I believe the any percent run that was showcased at AGDQ was run on release patch. That is faster for any percent, but for many other categories, it is faster to play on a later patch because a lot of nice things were added in later patches. Unfortunately, a bit of speed tech was also patched out, which is why any percent is done on release patch.
But also my I love when devs patch out speed tech t-shirt is raising a lot of questions that are answered by my t-shirt.
Yeah, so optimally we would actually play on a bit of an intermediate patch here for a woo percent, but I will instead be running latest patch because I will always be running latest patch and simply deal with the problems that introduces.
And so here we're at another arena, which there's obviously a bunch of these in the game, and most of the early ones especially are scripted. Sometimes flying enemies and enemy spawns can be a bit strange, but Matt is taking care of this one real smoothly.
Yeah, I'm using a little bit of...
We have just met the incentive already! 11 minutes into this speedrun. Sensational work, Twitch chat. Thank you so much.
I knew you had it in you. I knew there were flea enjoyers among us.
All right, as a reward for meeting that incentive so quickly, we are going to prepare for our very first AWOO here. We're picking up the dash ability, and as soon as we do, we're on our way to save our very first flea. And I want to introduce the concept of getting the timing right for these AWOOs here to everyone that is here in the audience. And to facilitate that, Nicole will be holding up a sign that says, "Get ready," and when we save the flea, So keep an eye on that sign. I will try to also call out the fleas, but we do want to hear those awoos nice and loud from everybody here in Minneapolis.
And it is worth noting as we head towards the lace fight, for a very long time, Math was the world record holder of a woo while intentionally losing time on every single flea to hear their a woo before leaving the screen. This man is built different.
It is very important to hear the awoos. Doing a woo percent without hearing the awoos just feels sacrilegious to me. Oh, there it is. Thank you, thank you. All right, and now we are going to head over to our next major boss, which is Lace. And we will be seeing more of Lace later as well. But she is a pretty major story element here in this game. Sort of playing the role that Hornet played in the first game a little bit. And there's quite a bit of tech that we'll be using throughout the run here in combat. But the thing to know with Lace is I really would like to stagger her when she's on the edge of the arena so that I can push her into the lava. But she doesn't want to play kindly here, so that's okay. If we push her into the lava there, it deals 40 damage compared to the 5 that we deal with our regular needle. But that's okay. So that is the first Lace fight. We will be seeing more of her later, but in the meantime, we are going to be on our way to save another flea, and I think we have time for a quick donation here.
We can do that for you. We got $25 from Roy Buddy that says, shout out to my homies in the Crochet Club. Looking forward to the Silk Song run and seeing all the fleas saved by Hornet and her Adidas.
I did see there was a Hornet in like sneakers prize that was like a perler. I want that so badly.
Oh, that's so good. I guess I also want to mention the new movement tech that we are doing, where we are still pogoing, but... That is our third flea, and we are very much going to be ramping those numbers up. But yes, now that we have dash, instead of doing the neutral pogos that we were doing the first half of the run, or not half of the run, half of the run so far, we are now doing pogo dashes, which once again incorporates
Northern Tool and Equipment. Get serious.
Come back with me for a picnic. I love keeping things simple, especially when we're packing for a family picnic.
So Connor Murphy, just 32 years old and a pioneer in the fitness industry. He was going viral back in the days before going viral was even a thing. He was pronounced dead this morning at just 32 years old in the waters outside of a town in Bangkok, Thailand. And Connor was a friend of mine, so I have my feelings and my thoughts, but I first want to share to you what happened to Connor and what caused his death. There was witnesses who saw Connor on the side of the road acting about, and he was praying on the side of the road, acting, you know, how Connor sometimes acts. Well, they panicked, they called the police, and the Bangkok police, they came to the scene, and once Connor saw them, he panicked, and he went and jumped in the lake by his home. And he was trying, I guess, to swim away from the police so far out into that waters. And I know those waters are very deep, until he was exhausted and he ended up dying. And that's where his body was found. The police later entered his home and they saw the house was very messy. There was strange paintings all over the walls, and we've seen this behavior, you know, with Connor before. And his girlfriend who was at the scene, she said that he was up all night. He was going crazy. He didn't sleep all night. And the next day, I guess, is where he was found on the streets, where people ended up calling the police on him.
An American man went on a violent rampage, painting the entire interior of a luxury rental home valued at 22 million baht, causing extensive damage before running into the village lake where he drowned. His girlfriend stated she did not know the cause, while the homeowner was shocked and never expected to encounter such a scene. At 3 p.m. on July 7th, Police Lieutenant, Deputy Investigation Officer, received a report of a foreign man acting erratically and jumping into the lake of a luxury village in Bang Philly district. He, along with emergency doctors, rushed to the scene. The scene was a luxury house situated next to a large pond. Divers were searching for the missing person before finding the body of Connor Michael Murphy, 32, an American, about 20 meters from the shore. They recovered the body for examination on land. No wounds or signs of assault were found. The police sent the body for further autopsy. Reviewing video footage, a village staff member showed the foreign man suddenly exhibiting erratic behavior without known cause. He ran and swam in the village lake until he became exhausted and submerged before witnesses' eyes. No one dared to enter the water due to its depth of over 10 meters, so they immediately called authorities. Divers searched for about 30 minutes before locating and retrieving the body ashore. Security personnel at the village reported that the man went out and returned by a hired vehicle, which stopped at the security checkpoint. He offered the driver 1,000 baht, but the driver refused due to the man's abnormal behavior. Then the man approached a resident's car passing by, knocked on the window to get a ride inside, while security shouted, "Don't pick him up." The man then became agitated, shouting loudly and rolling on the road, making gestures as if praying to God. When police patrol arrived, he fled into the village and jumped into the lake to swim. Police called for backup and rescue teams, as they could not control him. Eventually, he exhausted himself and drowned. Miss B, 22, the deceased's girlfriend, said they had been together for about 3 years but had lived apart due to incompatible lifestyles. They had reunited less than 3 months ago. Before the incident, their life was normal with no problems or signs of illness. She did not know why he suddenly became erratic that day and never saw him use drugs during their time together. The vandalism with paint happened during the previous night while she was asleep. He refused to sleep. The homeowner shared her shock upon seeing the house, which had been completely defaced with paint, including electrical appliances. She said she loved and cherished the house, a beautiful property by the lake. She had carefully chosen the tenant and never expected to find the house in such damaged state, with furniture and decorations all destroyed. Initially, investigators and rescue personnel conducted an autopsy, finding bruises likely caused by rolling on the road. The rescue team will send the body for further examination to determine the exact cause of death, including drug testing. Evidence is being collected and the American Embassy in Thailand has been notified to provide information about the incident. So Connor was a friend of mine, and I'm finding it hard to come up with the right words and the right things I want to say. But we haven't spoken that much in recent years just because he's changed so much, you know. And last I spoke to him, as you guys all know, you guys see his behavior online. It's not how Connor used to be. It's not the Connor that I once knew. And obviously we know he's been experimenting with so many different types of drugs and experiments on himself. And I believe that it took over his mind and changed him from the person we all once knew. And it's sad because 32 years old, that's a kid. He had so much more life to live, so much more to give to people in life. But he let, his demons take over him, experimenting with drugs that changed him from the person we all once knew. And think about it, his parents have to bury him. You never want to see parents bury their son. And it didn't have to be this way. The fitness industry promotes so much drug use. Even more now than it ever did before. They have a drug for literally every function of the body, and they promote this to people. And haven't we seen enough people in this industry die? My friends die. I'm tired of making these videos saying one of my friends died. And they were all similar situations. Again, this is a lesson for all of us, and, a hard lesson. 32 years old, Connor Murphy is dead. And I wish, his friends, his family, I wish them the best because I know this can't be easy. So I'm sorry because this video is hard for me to make. But I want to, wish Connor a better life, wherever he is. And wish the best to his family, to his loved ones, to his friends. And Connor, 32 years old, rest in peace, my brother.
rest in peace. Is the only person you need given up on. People like me pick a pack of breakfast. We need to proof. We going to prank, coach, and lose. Array me root from poor key, pan, fight for food, to prove, like a right, pick up, security, quote, why don't fit, don't push me.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one, and we'll get it done fast.
Well, now we've got the receipts, and people are saying they aren't happy. What about you? I've got higher prices on gas, energy bills, food, and healthcare. You have your receipts, I have mine. You tell me, is this really what we voted for?
The Maze Runner. So the movie starts and Greenie wakes up in this cage, basically like an elevator. He has no idea where he is or who he is because the people that put him there wiped his memory. If I ever lost my memory, y'all know what I'm doing. I can't lie, the first thing I'm doing is running that whole series back. Anyways, Eyebrows here, aka Gelly, gets him out the cage. But I guess humans are kind of scary because why my boy hit the dash like that? Like bro was really moving. Thomas trips over and realizes he's in a box. 4 walls, no escape. Oh, and I forgot to mention, they call him Greenie because he don't know his name. So the boys end up putting him in the pit so he can calm down. After a while, LB, the leader of the Gladers, comes and takes him out. He explains how everybody woke up in that box with no memory except their names. And they somehow still know their correct gender. LB shows Thomas around and breaks down how they live and what everybody does. So every month someone new pops up in the box with new supplies so the Gladers can grow their crops. And some of these guys have been stuck in here for 3 years plus. 3 years just chilling with dudes? Sure. I can't even hold you. I wouldn't survive. I don't know how people in prison do it. This is why I'm a law-abiding citizen. Cause fuck that. Niggas really be out here flexing about how they got locked up. Yeah, I did 20 years. You don't know about the struggle. You were locked up with all men for 20 years? Hey, yo! LB shows Thomas the complete layout of the glade. He doesn't tell Thomas that it's an actual maze, but my guy is super curious. LB's like, the #1 rule is never go through those doors. And honestly, I don't get why he just didn't tell him up front. LB introduces Thomas to Nuke and Chuck. And by the way, Chuck is my guy. He's the youngest glader, and he's just a nice kid. So Thomas ends up checking out the forbidden door, and 2 runners come out. Wait, I thought you said nobody was allowed to leave. Nah, they're runners. They know more about the maze than anybody else. Wait, what? What? You just said maze. I did. And yep, that's how Thomas finds out that he's in a maze. This is why you gotta tell curious people the truth up front, because they're gonna find out anyways. So Thomas walks right up to the door, only to get yanked by Eyebrows. Damn, where the fuck did he come from? My guy's strong as hell. The Miami Dolphins need a linebacker like this. Get the hell off me. Hey, calm down. Why wouldn't anybody tell me what's out there? We're trying to protect you. First off, why don't they just tell him it's dangerous? And second, why the hell does he want to go somewhere people are telling him not to go? Like, my nigga just got here an hour ago. Ain't no way you're this curious. Like, at least wait a day. Damn. A massive gust of wind roars through and the door slams shut. The look on Thomas' face says it all. He might actually start listening to the others. That night they throw a celebration, and honestly I don't even know what they were celebrating, but a party is a party. So while the lads were wrestling and turning up, Newt pulls Thomas aside and starts breaking it down. He tells him how the maze is constantly changing and about the Grievers, those creepy mechanical monsters that roam the maze at night. Nobody knows how they look like because nobody has ever lived to tell the tale. Eyebrows invites Thomas for a little wrestling match. Thomas gets dropped on his face, then he's back, but I guess Greenie had that dog in him because he flips the script and drops Gelly, only to get swept off his feet and knock his head onto the ground. And just like that, Thomas remembers his name. I remember my name. It's Thomas. He takes a sip of whiskey and I guess he's a part of the boys now. So everybody hits the Z's, and the next morning LB shows a wall dedicated to all the runners that got murked in the maze. And damn, that's a lot of bodies. Me and Khalifa can relate. But that was not going to stop Curious George from asking questions. Has anybody ever tried climbing the top? We tried it. What about the box when it comes up? We tried it. What if we try? We tried it, okay? Twice. And I really don't understand why News was mad at Thomas for asking questions. Like, what do you expect him to do? Stay quiet? Thomas heads to the woods to grab fertilizer. And when he gets there, he sees skeletons of dead people. My guy turns around and this motherfucker standing there like... You good, gang? My nigga tackles Thomas and starts choking him, trying to send him to the man above. Bro cannot breathe. Thomas grabs the skull off the ground and smacks him right on the head, then quickly gets up and starts hitting the dash. My nigga was running for his life, screaming, "Help! Help!" Nah, my boy really thought he was about to die. So all the boys run towards him and you smacks Ben right off him. I do not know how he's not dead. They all hold him down, then lift his shirt and realize he's been stung. Bro got hit with the All Might special. And yeah, in the glade, that means you gotta go. They drag him right to the door of the maze just before it closes, forcing him out. And just like that, they cross his name right off the wall. Thomas keeps having dreams of him in the laboratory talking to some girl. When he wakes up, he sees LB and Minaho running into the maze to check for Ben to see if my boy made it out. And let's be real, we all know that nigga dead. Later that day, LB and Minaho don't come back in time and everybody starts panicking because if those doors close, it's GG's. The boys post up at the door as it starts closing. They see Minaho dragging LB, but it doesn't look like they're gonna make it. So Thomas is like, fuck it, and runs in, and you gotta respect it. He's a real one. A lot of y'all friends would have just been like, I'm sorry, bro.
Check this out. I'm gonna show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready? All right, $118 for car insurance. That's how much I was paying, okay? I picked up the car a few months ago and watch this, ready? $97 premium, $20 were my fees, $118. Now, I covered up my private information, guys. $39, $118. Check this out, ready? $500 for comprehensive.
Good job. You just got yourself killed. Like, what the fuck? This is why you can't help everybody. Thomas realizes LB got stung and is unconscious. And Minaho just wanted to leave him there because the grievers were coming out. And honestly, I don't get it. Like, why'd you save him in the first place? You could have just dropped his ass and made it through in time. But Thomas wasn't gonna leave him on the floor to be left for dead. They take LB with them, but as soon as Minaho starts hearing the grievers, he's like, hey, we gotta let his ass go. But Thomas wasn't gonna do that, so they decide to hide him. They tie LB up with some vines, and just before they finish, Minaho spots a griever and was like, nah, fuck this, and dips. Thomas stays back and hangs LB up. He ends up hiding under the vines for a bit, which is kind of stupid because he could have just put LB there. He starts walking around the maze only to step on some sticky goo. Then out of nowhere, one of the grievers just busts a nut right on his shoulder. And yeah, if that was me, it's straight hands after that. I ain't running. Like, ain't no alien about to disrespect me like that. Thomas looks up and starts hitting the jets, but this half alien robot was quick as hell. It corners him, so he climbs up the vines, gets on top and starts moving like it's Temple Run. He ends up jumping onto the wall, falls down and had the griever tangled up in the vines. I guess God was on his side. He runs back into Minaho and they start running through the maze. Thomas realizes the maze doors are closing, so he draws the griever right to him, just enough for him to squeeze through and kill the griever. We might need a toast for that because that was amazing. The next morning the doors open and all three of them make it out. The first people to ever survive a night in the maze. Did you see a griever? He didn't just see one. He killed it. So yeah, while Thomas just saved LB's life and took down the griever, Eyebrows is mad as hell. And he needs to be punished. He broke the rules. Like, imagine someone trying to get you in trouble because you saved somebody's life. This guy's a D1 hater. So yeah, everybody goes back to camp, and while they're trying to figure out what punishment that Thomas has to get for going into the maze to save someone's life, the horn goes off and the box comes up. Remember, it's only been 2 days. The box usually takes a month to come back up. Everyone runs to see who it is, only to find a girl. She's knocked out cold. They find a note on her hand saying she's the last one ever. She wakes up, says, Thomas, and knocks right back out. Now everyone's low-key panicking because if she's the last one ever, that means no more food is coming up and doomsday is around the corner. Thomas and a few others go back into the maze to check out the griever he killed. He ends up taking out this metal detector majig, whatever it is, from the griever's brain and heads back to camp. He shows the others and everyone's intrigued, besides Eyebrows. Like, they finally have some hope to get out of this place. And this pussy is talking about breaking some rules. Like, I actually don't think this guy wants to leave the maze. He might like boys. And listen, I have no problem with that. It's just some of us are trying to make it out. Shout out to the LGBTQ HDMI PS5, bro. Newt makes Thomas a runner, so he's officially allowed to enter the maze without breaking the rules. And yeah, Eyebrows is still mad for some reason. Get off me, man. Minnow takes Thomas to a secret hut and shows him a map of the entire maze. He breaks it down. He's ran through the entire thing damn near 1,000 times and he's yet to find a way out. But now I guess with this tracker that they got from the grievers, this is their only shot. So as they were going through the map, they realized there's something special about section 7. Yesterday after they killed the griever, the doors for section 7 stayed open. Anyways, they end up getting interrupted because Teresa, the girl from earlier on, has woken up and she was wilding out. So Thomas had to go calm her down and chop it up for a bit. Turns out that she came down with medicine. They used it to heal LB because my guy was literally on 1 HP. Nigga was one more cough away from death. So that night, Thomas had to stay in the pit as a punishment for breaking the rules. The next morning, Minnow and Thomas head back into the maze, and I can't even lie, this place is huge. If you're a big back or you run like Phantom, you are not making it, gang. As they move through the maze, the metal tracker thingy starts beeping. They follow the sound and it leads them to the secret passage. So this red light scans them and all the doors start slamming shut. They were not trying to stick around to see what happens next, so they started hitting the jets. Nah, they were really moving and the maze was not holding back. Walls shifting, paths closing, the floor's damn near cracking. Fuck, shit was falling everywhere. But they squeezed through and make it out just in time. I think we found a way out. Really? Yeah, a new door. Hey, Thomas doesn't know anything. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Man, I cannot stand this dude's eyebrows. Like, ain't no way bro is satisfied with living in these conditions. Behind these four walls. Let me tell you something, Greenie. You've only been here 3 days. All right, I've been here 3 years. Yeah, you've been here 3 years and you're still here. Yeah, his ass just got cooked. Like, how do you even come back from that? Albie finally wakes up from the healing chamber and tells Thomas that the people that put them there aren't gonna let them leave. And yeah, that's some kind of news that you keep to yourself, buddy. So in the distance, you hear people start screaming and freaking out. This was because the maze door didn't close. And remember, that was the only thing that was keeping them demons out. 2 other doors open at the back of the maze and grievers start pouring into the camp. And yeah, they were cooked. They run back and try hiding in the field, but one guy gets caught lacking and yeah, he did not survive. They run straight to the village, but a griever pops out right in front. But my girl Teresa comes in clutch and lights that motherfucker up. They quickly run to hide inside their stick house, knowing damn well that shit was not gonna keep the grievers out. Like, this was a bad position to be in. The griever breaks through the roof and snatches Chuck's little fat ass. They all pull him down and Albie comes and chops off the tentacles or arms, whatever it's called. But for some reason, Albie just stood there like it was all over. The griever spins the block and grabs Albie and yeah, he kind of accepted fate. Thomas, it's over, Brody. So yeah, he dies and Eyebrows comes in marching and pops Thomas right in the face. And I kind of understand why bro was scared now. Anyways, Thomas stabs himself with the Griever Stinger so he can unlock his full memory and find out the truth. Turns out that he worked for the people that put him in the maze. So did Teresa. They've been watching these guys for years and watching them die. So they're low-key the bad guys. Thomas wakes up and tells everyone the truth. They're kind of shocked, but it didn't really matter because they all need to get out one way or another. Eyebrows ties Teresa and Thomas up as an offering to the Grievers, which is kind of dumb because they're just gonna come for you guys after. They get hit with a pump fake because Minnow and the others were planning to leave with Thomas the entire time. Anyone else who wants to come, this is your last chance. Don't listen to him. Like, why wouldn't you? What are you guys gonna do? Stay in here forever? So a few of the gliders walked to Thomas and the gay ones stayed behind. So now we've got 13 niggas running through the maze straight to section 7. They come across a griever blocking the passage that they need to get through. So Thomas has to give them the prep talk. It's either we get out now or we die trying. They charge right at the griever with their spears, poking and stabbing it. One of the side characters gets thrown like a rag doll. He didn't make it. And the key gets hit and nearly falls off the bridge. But Chuck comes in clutch and chases it down, hitting the sliding knee to save it. And it was a marvelous save. When Chuck looks down, he realizes there's more grievers coming up. Him and Teresa quickly try to open the door while the others fight the grievers. Minho gets caught lacking by a griever, but the last black kid comes and saves him. And of course he dies. Like, we already killed off one black character. Why we gotta kill off 2? Minho gives the code to Teresa because the doors wouldn't open, and it finally does. They all go in and all the other doors slam shut, crushing the griever. They make it out and they're in some type of laboratory and everyone is dead. Patients, doctors, even the guards. A video pops up of this lady on the screen saying, "You guys have successfully completed the maze." Anyways, it turns out the outside world is infected and billions of people all around the globe have been dying from a virus. It's basically COVID-19, but it wasn't fake. She self-destructs and the doors open. Then out of nowhere, Eyebrow rocks up with a pistol.
Boy, ain't no fucking way, boy. Boy, ain't no way, boy.
We can't leave. My nigga, we're already outside the maze. Like, what are you talking about? He points the gun right at Thomas, but Minnow yanks a spear right through his chest. And then we get the shit that they put in every movie. Everyone turns around like everything's okay. And of course, our favorite character always gets shot. Like, why do they always do this? So he dies, they go outside, and some guy comes and picks him up in a helicopter, and apparently they're safe. Wake up, we gotta go! So they all scramble out the chopper trying to make it into this building while the infected are getting dropped left and right by soldiers. Straight chaos. Thomas and the others don't even know what's going on. One minute it's the maze, next it's guns and zombies. This definitely gotta be the worst month for them.
Leave me alone!
They get rushed inside, locked down, and a couple of hours later Mr. Jansen pulls up. This is the guy who so-called rescued them. He shows them their new home. Well, not really a home, but compared to the maze, this feels like a hotel. First thing they do is hit the showers because them boys smell like straight butt ass. Butt ass. After that, Thomas gets pulled aside straight into the interrogation room. Jansen's out here asking him questions like, what side are you on? Like, bro didn't just survive killer robots and a death maze. He's not picking sides, nigga just trying to live. He then takes all of them to the main area, and that's when it hits them. They're not so special. There were other mazes, other groups, other survivors. There was even this kid named Aris, and yeah, he had it different. Brody was in a maze with all girls, 8 of them. Shit, if that was me, I would have never tried to escape. So every day Mr. Jansen shows up calling out names. One by one, kids get picked to go to their new lives. No explanation, no goodbyes, and the more names that gets called, the more Thomas starts feeling like something is off. Especially when they took his little boo.
Teresa! Hey.
Audiences everywhere are raving it's the best Evil Dead movie since the original.
Evil Dead burn.
I saved enough to take my mom on a cruise. What's all this?
It's Wells Fargo. They like to celebrate when the customers save. I am under my restaurant budget.
Yeah, you are. How about some sushi?
Can I sit down and eat that?
Where they taking her?
Chill out, buddy. That night, Eris pulls up through the vents and shows Thomas where they take the others. He tells him that they take the kids in there like clockwork, but he has never seen the kids ever come back out. He doesn't exactly know what they're doing in there, but he doesn't trust the workers either. I mean, how could he? Jansen can be trusted. He started the whole war between the Lannisters and the Starks. If you know, you know. The next day after the new names were called, Thomas tried to be slick and finesse his way through the door. The guards stop him, but then he tries forcing it, and even Mr. Jansen had to step in. Everyone gets sent back to their rooms, but the whole thing was an act. Thomas only did that to swipe the key card. Newt and the others weren't feeling it though. It hasn't even been 2 full days and Thomas is already stirring things up. The rest of them are finally eating real food, sleeping in beds. After years in the maze, they're finally comfortable. And this guy's trying to mess it up. Anyways, Eris pulls back up and they crawl through the vents, straight to that secret room. And it turns out they were right, the workers were lying. The others are in there hung up with these oxygen masks being tested or something. Everybody thinking they went to their new lives, but they don't know they're next door looking like this. While they were snooping around, Jansen shows up, so they quickly hide. He gets on a call with Dr. Page. Yeah, the same doctor everyone thought was dead. Turns out she faked it. She tells Jansen she's arriving tomorrow and she wants all the kids sedated before she gets there. And that's when Thomas and Aris realize they gotta get out of there. Told you, you can never trust Littlefinger. They rush back, lock the room, hit the hallways, and Ares and Winston go this way for some odd reason. But as they're moving through the hallways, a guard steps in their path and Minoru doesn't hesitate. He fly knees this guy straight into the wall, putting him straight to sleep. Damn. They grab his laser electric gun and keep it moving. When they reach the room, they spot Teresa still being tested, and they ain't waste no time. They kick everyone out. Then Thomas booms this guard straight to the ground. Got him looking at the gun like he doesn't know what he just did. He know what he did. Look at him. Got Brody on the ground, shivering, throwing up gang signs. They finally make it to the back exit, but the key card doesn't work.
Access denied.
Thomas! You won't survive through those doors, kid. Open the freaking door. Gang, this ain't the maze. Out there, you gonna die. Aris and Winston come through the other side and open the door. So that's where they went. Thomas starts shooting while running backwards, covering everyone. Shut this gate now. They try to shut the gate, but Thomas clutches it in the last second. Aris jams the lock and all Thomas can do is give Jansen the finger. They run out, make it to the big gates and run straight into the desert. They really had guards popping out on quad bikes trying to chase them down. But I guess they were too slow because these guys end up escaping and hiding in this underground abandoned facility buried under all this sand. So Thomas helped everyone get out with no plan, no strategy. Now they're just out here in the desert with no food and a little bit of water. What the fuck? Ares remembers something Dr. Page said, something about people in the mountains, this resistance group against Wicked. So now the mission is simple, find them. They start searching the place for supplies before they head out, but while they're snooping around, Minnow accidentally hits the generator, turning on all the lights. I mean, they were smiling for a second, but all the cranks started waking up. Remember those zombies at the start? Yeah, bad move. They come pouring in from every direction. Thomas and Minnow ain't wasting no time. They hit the legs I'm talking about. They even hit the iconic sprint from the first movie. Only this time, it's worse. The others spot them and there's like 6 or 7 cranks on their heel. And Thomas is clearly telling them to run. And I don't know if it's just me, but I immediately would have taken off. Cause what more sign of danger do you need? These guys literally waited for Thomas and Minnow to be like a meter next to them before they started moving. They sprint upstairs, but boom, there's another crank waiting for them. Aris pulls out the baseball bat and cracks it right in its knee. Bow! Another one rushes in, but Teresa smacks it right in the head. Then Thomas Spartan kicks this one straight down the stairs. Nah, these niggas were coming from every direction. They quickly get back to hitting those strides, but Newt gets T-boned from the side. And that thing was on top of him, trying to bite his face off. But Thomas Mr. Clutch flies in and Sam kicks it right off the balcony. Nah, Thomas really liked that. They quickly double back in the hallways, but the next door was locked. They start forcing it open while Winston was holding it down, dropping these guys one by one. The door finally gives and everyone rushes through. But as soon as Winston tries, they were like, bring that ass here, boy. The cranks grab his ass and the other boys try to pull him back in. Nah, this would have been the worst position to be in. The zombies got your nuts and your friends got your arms. They start scratching through his flesh and yeah, I knew he was cooked. Yeah, it's over. They somehow managed to pull him back in. Then Thomas Mr. Hero holds the door down while the others take off. After a good 30 seconds, Thomas takes off as well. And look at how close these things are to Thomas. Somehow he catches up to the squad. They find a hiding spot and the cranks can't find them. Like, I swear they were like 4 steps behind him. Anyways, movie. So they end up staying the night and I guess they're safe for now. Next morning they get them moving and the outside world looks like it came straight out of Wall-E. It looks like there hasn't been humans in centuries. Honestly, take me back to that facility where there's good food, a cup of biddies, and a nice comfortable bed. Anyways, they finally spot the mountains, but nah, that shit was not nearby. That shit looked like it was in a whole nother state. Far as hell. Just after that, Winston completely collapsed. They take shelter under this abandoned structure. I don't even know what it used to be. But while they're there, Teresa tells Thomas she's getting her memories back. She remembers working for Wicked and how her and Thomas were figuring things out. Then she tells Thomas, they should go back. And you could tell by Thomas' reaction. He was in complete disbelief. Like, ain't no way. Anyways, mid-conversation, Winston tries to shoot himself. They all run over to him and the wound from earlier has been infected. Yeah, nigga was turning into a crank and he was not trying to go out like that. So he told him, give me the gun and y'all leave. I'ma do myself. It was kind of sad, but it had to be done. That's one less enemy. They all say their goodbyes and take off, and then bang! RIP to a real ninja. And this is where things get weird. They all thought they were immune to the virus, but clearly not all of them are. They keep pushing through the desert, completely exhausted and out of water. After days of walking, Thomas finally spots lights in the distance. But of course, right as he does, a storm rolls in. They start sprinting for it. They almost make it into the building when Minnow gets struck by lightning, knocking him out cold. They rush to him thinking he's dead and drag him inside, but he wakes up. Unfortunately, no Percy Jackson moment, no powers. His ass was still regular. Not long after, they make it inside where this girl Brenda invites them in, and she got cranks chained up like pets. Like what? She takes them to Jorge. Yeah, him. Haven't seen his ass since he got turned into Two-Face. And just like I thought, he was still a businessman. He scans their necks and realizes they're from Wicked, which means this group right here is crazy valuable. Straight cheddar. Next thing you know, the whole squad gets hung upside down. And I don't know why they're fiddling around like that. If that chain snaps, welcome to the gulag. Jorge comes back and asks them what they know about the Right Arm, the resistance group trying to take down Wicked. He says he can help them get there, but there's a twist. His people already called Wicked to sell them back. Yeah, them boys broke, and they ain't even got shit to eat. So this could be their big break. Jorge starts packing and tells Brenda to pack as well, because they're gonna go with the kids. Yeah, he was trying to get out of here. While that was happening, these guys shove Teresa back to the bar and she pulls everyone back down. Just as they did that, Jansen pulls up in the chopper, threatening to light the whole place up unless they bring the kids back. Now we could do this the easy way or we could do this the hard way. The choice is yours. As soon as they start untying themselves, this geezer pulls up with the shotty. Jansen, don't shoot. I got them right here. But by now y'all should know Thomas doesn't go down that easy. He steps in, tries to snatch the gun off him, but that doesn't work. Just before the geezer even reacts, Brenda shoots him in the back. Damn. Come on, let's go. Look at them, confused as hell. Jorge brings out his favorite record and chucks it on the speakers. And even though it seems like the music was party time, it really wasn't. That shit was a timer to blow this shit sky high. Everyone quickly bolts upstairs and zip lines to the other side. And yeah, everyone makes it except Brenda and Thomas. She doubles back to grab something in the drawer, but they couldn't go back upstairs because the soldiers were already there. So they had to quickly use their big brains and tiptoe to the other side. As soon as they make it, the bomb goes off. Have the whole warehouse coming straight down. They zip line under this elevator and make it just in time. They're safe, but now they're all split up. So Brenda and Thomas hit the sewers, and honestly, this was a bad idea. They get chased out by a squad of cranks. They barely make it out and climb through this building that's not really a building anymore. One crank rushes them, but Brenda smack kicks it right back down. But as soon as she tries climbing back up, she slips and falls, landing into this glass window. Nah, that right there would have scared me more than the actual cranks. My heart would have jumped to my ass. Zombies? Maybe. Heights? Nah. That just ain't me. Thomas tries helping her by reaching out, but another crank comes back and tackles her right back down. That thing was right on her ass. Like, bring that ass here, boy. Thomas breaks a middle piece off, grabs Brenda and breaks the glass, sending that crank straight to Valhalla. So now that they make it back down, not everything was actually good. Brenda got bit, and we all remember what happened last time that happened. So yeah, all they could do is keep moving forward. They can't afford to wait. They head into the city trying to blend in and end up at this weird spot looking for a man named Marcus. They find him and yeah, this dude is off. Just look at him. He tells them all his friends are inside, but the only way to get in is by drinking this mystery drink. And he wouldn't even tell them what it is.
You some freaky ass nigga! Hey, everybody know ain't no party like a Diddy party, so. Yeah, that's what's up.
Damn, AI is getting out of control. They drink the blue syrup anyways, and as soon as they get inside, they start feeling woozy. Thomas can barely even walk straight. Wait, are they turning up with a crank? What the fuck? That was fun. Yeah, someone get this freaky ass nigga out my face. Brenda comes back and randomly starts kissing Thomas. Like what? What is even going on? That drink got everybody moving different. The yak finally catches up to Thomas and he passes out on the floor. Yeah, he's a lightweight. After a long nap, he wakes up to Jorge beating up Marcus, demanding info on where the right arm is hiding. Marcus plays dumb at first and doesn't want to talk, but when Jorge pulls out that gun, they get the location and head straight to the mountains on this nice truck. When they finally get there, they get ambushed by people firing at them straight from the mountains. They try using a bomb, but yeah, the motherfuckers were right behind them. On your feet. Let's go. Remember when I said Aris was in a maze full of girls? Yeah, these girls recognized him. The second they realized who he was, the guns went straight down. They all head back to the right armor's base and the rule is simple, you can't be infected. But when they meet Vince, Brenda suddenly collapses. They check her and the infection has gotten worse. And Vince wasn't trying to waste time, he was about to put a bullet right in her head. But Mary Cooper steps in and says Thomas can cure her. And I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of confusing. So are they immune or not? Anywho, after Brenda gets a dose of Thomas's blood, Thomas goes to talk to Teresa on top of the mountain. And this is when we realize she double-crossed everyone. She out here talking about she don't want people to die anymore, so she called Wicked and dropped their location. Does she not remember what they were doing to the kids? In the distance, Thomas sees the choppers coming and tries running back to warn everyone, but it was way too late. Wicked came in hot, blowing up the entire campsite. Now they did not come to play. The guards come out and start shooting people in the back. Bow! Kablam! Nah, they were not holding back. They even threw this electric shock grenade that knocked everybody out. Jorge tells Thomas and Brenda that they gotta leave and there's nothing they can do. But Thomas is too hard-headed for that. He would never leave anyone behind. He a real one though. Thomas finally steps out and you know, Jansen had to give him a good one to the gut. Yeah, he couldn't wait to do that. This kid's been causing him problems all movie. Why didn't you run? I'm tired of running. Anyways, Dr. Page ends up pulling up with that big ass chop. And that's when Teresa walks over to the other side. And now everyone knows she's with them. Mary Cooper starts talking shit to Dr. Page and Jansen just straight up shoots her. Like, damn, did he really have to kill her just like that? They start loading everyone onto the chopper and then Thomas pulls out a bomb, threatening to blow everyone up. These three come up behind him and were like, we're with you, Thomas. Like they were ready to blow up with him. Like, bro, be for real. Anyways, Jorge comes flying from the back and crashes onto the chopper. Thomas throws the bomb, lighting all the soldiers sky high. Freeze! What he thought this was. Jansen catches Thomas lacking and rocks him right to the jaw, then pulls out the pistol about to end it all. But Brenda comes in clutch and snipes him right before he pulls the trigger. Then she starts dropping all the guards left and right. Like, damn, what type of aimbot she got? Even Vince hops on the heavy machine gun and starts lighting it up. But Wicked was done fighting. They pop Minnow, drag him into the chopper with Sonya and Ares, and all Thomas and the others can do is stand there and watch. There was nothing they could do. What do we do now? I made a promise to Minnow. I gotta go back and get him. Oh yeah, how did I forget?
I'm gonna kill you, bitch.
Can you feel it? How about now?
So the movie starts in the forest and we see this hairless cat. That same one that rich white girls are obsessed with. Bow! Easy kill. That snipe reminds me of my heydays. We see a lone man walking across a scorched desert in the year 2043. Eli, moving through the ruins of a broken world with nothing but silence, survival, and a mission that keeps him going. Title card. He finds this abandoned house, breaks in, finds a dead body, takes his shoes, prays, eats the cat from earlier, and then poses up for the night. The next morning he gets up and heads west. No car, no bike, just on his 2 feet. After days of walking, he hits this bridge and finds this girl tied up, begging for help. But one thing about this world is water is super limited, so everybody kind of smells like ass, and Eli already smelled those hijackers from a mile away. They pop out after being spotted and ask for his bag, but Eli wasn't about to give it up. You gonna take off that bag and put it on the floor. Can't do that. Take off that pack. Or die! Why did he say that with so much passion? Or die! He pushes Eli back and Eli's like, put that hand on me again, you won't get it back. He just starts laughing because he was in disbelief. It's a 6v1. He tries pushing Eli and mink, his whole hand was off. Shit was so fast, bro couldn't even believe it. His ass was still in pure shock. Get him! What did he say? He's in shock. I think he meant kill him. Eli steps into the shadows. The goons step forward. and it was time to get jiggy. They press forward, so he grabs this one by the arm, spin around, mink to the gut, dagger to the head. Brody with the chainsaw gets kicked back while blocking the flank from behind. I guess he got the Byakugan. He turns back around, drops this dude, and then blow through the neck. And now it's just 1v1. He runs in, parry, mink, parry again, elbow to the dome. He gets back up for what reason? I can't tell you. Block, die. I see you.
I said, God help me.
He grabs his arm, cracks him in the head, and this was the first blow Eli took. So he's like, okay.
Let me turn up real quick.
Give me that arm. Die. Job finished? I don't think so. He goes back to their leader. After already taking his hand, he just crouches down and gives him a hug. And puts a blade through his heart. This Eli dude wasn't playing around. He checks all their pockets for useful supplies, then continues heading west. So it's been about 30 years since a nuclear war destroyed civilization. Most cities are gone, food and water are rare, and people kill, rob, and even eat each other. Yeah, whatever happened in that war, it probably would have been better dying in it. So he makes it to this small town trying to get his radio charged. He goes inside one of the stores, but the shop owner wasn't too familiar with his face, so he pulled out the double pump. I don't know you. Eli just snatches the shotty and says he's a customer. And is it just me, or in every movie Denzel's always taking someone's gun? Anyways, he gives him a lighter and some KFC wipes as payment to charge the radio. And you know the world is cooked if KFC wipes are valuable. Shit ain't a joke. You got a couple of these? You balling. The radio was gonna take a few hours to charge, so Eli heads to the bar across the street. Meanwhile, as all this is happening, this guy Kaneki has been hunting for a Bible for years. After the war, almost all the Bibles were burnt, and now there's supposedly only one left. Every day he sends his goons across towns and cities, robbing and killing people searching for it. His men pull up with a bunch of random books, but none of them are the Bible. Problem is, his goons can't even read, so they just grab anything and hope for the best. This dude brought back some shampoo though, and that was something. They head to the bar to celebrate, and then Eli walks in to fill up his water bottle. The bartender was literally in disbelief when he asked for water. He's like, that's the good stuff. It ended up costing him a scarf and 2 gloves just to fill his water bottle. They make the deal, and Brody right here starts pressing him, asking him what's in his bag. And Eli told him, yo, I don't want no problems. But just look at this dude. Does he look like someone that listens? No. Eli warns him one more time and he didn't listen, so he grabs his head and bangs it onto the counter. You are gonna be held to account for the things you've done. He picks him back up and tells him he's gonna grab his things and walk out of here. But as soon as he lets him go, nah, how hard did he smack him onto that counter? What? He looks around and hears everyone surrounding him, so he walks to the middle of the bar, takes off his bag, and starts preaching. Cursed be the ground for our sake. Both thorns and thistles it shall bring forth for us. He whips out the Zabuza ass sword, and it was time to get active. So they run in, Eli swings his sword, decapitates this guy's head clean off, weaves out the way, sword right through this nigga, steps back, and takes another head. Nah, he's fighting like Shishio Makoto possessed him. He just starts slicing through all of them like butter, and yep, there goes another head. Block, bow to the mouth. I know he tasted that shit. He just lays out the next bunch with his scarf, and then gets back to using those hands. Like, just look at this combo right here. Parry, left hook, gut check, give me that arm, die. He tries to be sneaky only to get backhand out the way, and just as he's about to finish his meal, this girl says, stop. Carnegie and his men pull up, and with all those guns pointed at him, Eli just drops his sword. And you know, after all the bodies he just dropped, you would think Carnegie would be furious and ready to kill him. But nah, he knew Eli was different. Carnegie hasn't seen too many people after the war that were from the old world, what he called civilized humans. He wanted Eli to be a part of the empire he was trying to build. A guy who can read and is also a straight killer? Yeah, that's valuable. But Eli refuses, even after Carnegie offers him clean water, hot food, and women. Eli still says no. All he wanted to do was head west. And by the look in his eyes, Carnegie realizes Eli is not going to change his mind. So he offers him a place to stay for the night. He was really trying to convince him for real. They bought him a plate of food and clean water. But even then, Carnegie felt like it wasn't enough. So he sends Solora to sleep with him, hoping that would change his mind. She knocks the door while Eli is reading, so he quickly hides the book and tells her he doesn't need anything else. She comes in and tries touching him, and Eli just grabs her hand and opens the door. Laura tells him Kaneki will hurt her mother if she leaves the room. She basically tells Eli they don't have to do anything. She can even just sleep on the floor and pretend they had a good night. So Eli agrees. They pray and eat the food. The next morning, Kaneki asks Salora about her night, and she obviously lies about what happened. But while talking to her mother, she repeats the same prayer Eli said to her the night before. And just like that, Kaneki figures it out. He grabs Salora's mother by the hair and starts pulling it, demanding to know if Eli had a book. Eventually she folds and describes a leather book with a cross on it. And just like that, Kaneki knows Eli has the last Bible. He immediately sends all his men after Eli, but when they get to his room, he was gone. Where is he? Eli quickly grabs his radio and tries to dip, but when he walks outside, the whole town is on lockdown. Kaneki tells Eli he needs the book, and when Eli asks him why, he says, "I know the power it holds." And just like that, Eli knew he wasn't giving him that book. His mission was to take it west, so he just starts walking, and Kaneki had no other choice.
I love this guy. Shoot him, please.
Commissioner Gordon wasn't trying to waste time. He takes out his gun and shoots at Eli, and then he pauses for a sec. He tries again, and then Eli just gets in his bag. Headshot, turn around, to the knees, straight aimbot. You get 2 to the chest, bow bow. Where does this guy think he going? Some guy was camping behind him, so he turns around, 200 to the head. He gets behind this car, drops a few more, then whips out the shotty and gets a 2-for-1. The bullet goes right through this guy and hits Kaneki right in the leg. And just like that, this guy here was like, maybe we should just let this nigga go. Eli just turns around and continues on his path, heading west. Salora ends up catching up to Eli, begging to come along, but he refuses until she says, "I can show you where the water is." And just like that, she had his attention. They get to this cave and fill their water bottles. But as they're leaving, Eli just locks her inside. He still wanted to travel alone, and the road was way too dangerous. Back in town, Kanegi's men are mad as hell that people are dying over this book. Then Kaneki says,
It's not a fucking book.
it's a weapon to aim right at the hearts and minds of the weak and desperate. It will give us control of them.
Welcome to Refresherland. Kick back with black cherry, bold and tart, or new pink pineapple. A tropical refresh. Dunkin' Refreshers.
Here are 3 tips to using coding agents in 2026. I treat my Codex agents like teammates. I divide tasks into different features and delegate them to multiple agents who work at the same time. To have Codex work without my continuous input, I ask it to create a plan first. Codex starts researching and asks me clarifying questions as it learns more about my problem. I review the plan and let Codex implement it. Then I have Codex verify its work. Here I give Codex access to a Figma design and Playwright to test and screenshot the app. This way Codex can debug and verify the feature without having to loop me in. And it will work for hours if necessary. When you stop prompting for code and start managing tasks, you get more done with better quality.
Damn, that's deep. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. The goons get back on the road heading west to find that Bible. Meanwhile, Salora makes it back to the road and runs into that same girl from earlier. She tries helping her, but the girl was trying to warn her to leave, and it was too late. Those rebels popped out like fathers on draft night. They grab Salora and start ripping her clothes off and trying to do the unthinkable. As soon as this guy tries pulling his pants down, arrow through the nuts. His brody here gets up, looks back, only to turn around with one to his throat. So after Eli saves her, he couldn't leave her alone, so they both head west together. They stay at this cave for a night, and this is when we find out that after the war, the government made sure to burn every single Bible and religious book. And do you guys want to know why? I actually don't know. They don't specify in the movie. I mean, they do say it was one of the reasons the war started, but that wasn't completely the truth. All Eli knows is he was drawn to the book and it directed him west. The next day they continue west. They find this house in the middle of the desert and they needed some water. They try opening the door but fall into a booby trap. These 2 old people come out and the lady was chilled. She invites them inside for tea and that shit tasted like ass. This was legit their reaction. Salora asks them how both of them have been surviving out in the desert for so long. They don't answer, but when they get to the backyard, there's a bunch of human graveyards. And just like that, they know what they've been up to. They've been killing people and eating them. Yeah, they even try offering them some meat. But Eli was done with the games, bro. He pulled out his gun and said, "We gotta get out of here." As soon as they step outside, Kaneki and his men pull up heavy, full firepower. They rush back inside and the old man flips the couch, and yeah, he's definitely a killer. I'm sorry. Just eating people is just crazy. I'd rather just starve to death. So they pull up, and then Carnegie tells him to come out with the Bible or they'll light the house up.
What are we gonna do?
I know what the fuck I'm doing. Granny's with the shits. She was ready to turn this shit up. Eli throws the Bible outside, but it wasn't the Bible. Boom! So they start lighting each other up. Bullets flying, throwing grenades and all. Shit damn near looked like prime tilted towers. Granny gets eviscerated by RPG. And by the looks of it, I don't think there was much left of her. Had Gramps tweaking hard. They back this truck up and whip out a manual heavy machine gun and start blicking Gramps up. That drum gun completely tore down the house. Shit can fall any second now. Eli and Solora finally come out, but his ass still didn't want to give up the Bible. I mean, not until Kaneki threatened to kill Solora. Eli finally gives it up, and as soon as Kaneki had possession of it, bang! Damn, had him rethinking everything. He gets up and pulls out a knife, but then he just drops.
Where's your protection now?
They take Solora, get in their vehicles, and head back to town. On the way back, Solora takes out a string and starts choking the driver.
Hey, Max, you plant the bomb? Terrorists win. I better know when. Up in heaven, I think. Watch out. I was right. Very good. Another one up in heaven. Watch out. Bomb has been planted. Throwing fire. Terrorists win. We got this back. Nice, Molly.
Going down revolver, dude. Oh, we're on 17, never mind. Hey, Revolver.
Hey.
Being quiet today? Good luck, have fun.
Oh, what am I doing? Shit. Let me go, y'all. I don't think we're gonna play properly today.
What's my team doing? What's my team doing?
Hey, Gales is over 6. Yeah, it's over 6 right there. Oh shit, she fucking... I got a headache. Fuck, dude. I think I might be pregnant.
I was wondering why you're being so quiet.
That's it. I got a headache. I don't think I got the power in me to scream. I usually... enough for you. Oh my god, no we're not.
What's my team doing?
I think this living gas is doing its thing, man.
I play a lot. I play every day.
His name was Blueberry Noob. I think.
Yeah, I used to be Blueberry Noob a long time ago.
Blueberry Noob.
I was also Noob 1993.
Yeah.
What's my team doing? Well, who's walling?
No, he's just saying that. I guess.
Okay. Watch out, somebody might jump down.
Chop the balls off of an Iranian ball. Go. You just went up the stairs.
Hey, Click Doctor, welcome back.
Hello, Evolver Dude and Noob.
Oh, you're the Canadian. I remember you.
I got the Waller.
Oh yeah, I used to was 9. Oh yeah. Yeah, no. I remember you. I just denounced the Muslim faith for no reason. When will we have bomb? Get your fat ass over here. Your plans go on. Nice job, dipshit.
When will they turn their walls off?
I'm locking in now.
I'll be the little noise maker. Oh. Oh, there you go. I think you're a retard.
Yeah, they might be hacked.
You actually
Might.
think so?
Oh, alright.
It's got a private profile, so it could go either way. Might be coming from CT.
Terrorists win.
This is the case where it's quantity over quality over quantity.
I would never take disgusting CT.
Nice.
I'm the better sprayer, pussy boy.
Bomb plant.
Oh yeah. I know. I'm just awesome.
How we get him spinning?
Call me Waller, nigger. Go. Okay. Very good job.
I appreciate it.
I love you, dog. Black penis everywhere. Yeah. Make everyone's white husband upset. Go. Be free. Oh my god. My black king. Oh my god.
Oh fucking god, bro, I'm gay.
No, you're not. It's okay though. Wait, are you? No, that's not good. But maybe it's your month.
Oh, come on. How did I miss that?
It's okay. It would actually concern me if you're engaged, like to a fatal level. You know that?
Fatal level, what?
It's okay, we're all gay.
Nigga, no?
Only a
What?
little.
What?
No?
I thought that's what we had agreed on.
Who the fuck agreed to that?
Guess we're not going that way.
You make less sense than the Native Americans trying to make a peace treaty. Get him. Shoot him. Do what I'm doing. Shoot him. Go. Okay, push him. Very good,
Good
Molly.
Christ.
Very good, Molly. Oh my good God. I need help deflanking us. This is not good. Oh no.
What a fucking pussy.
This is not good. Thank you. Me battery. I think I played with you before. How have you been?
Yeah, that's why I said hi.
How you doing, fucker? You doing
I'm
okay?
alright. How are you?
I haven't heard your voice I haven't heard your voice at all, actually. Very nice hearing you.
It's new.
Revolver might need me.
No, I mean, I got a headache. Yeah, fuck it. I'm vulnerable today. So yeah.
Oh shit, I'm back.
Yes, you are. You were trying to leave or something?
Yeah, I left and I joined the same fucking game. I love you guys. That's okay.
Okay, that's okay. Like, I wouldn't want that, and you wouldn't want that, but if it's so way. You want a knife? Okay, let's knife. You hit me lower. You got an advantage. Okay, knife. No? We're doing passive. We're not doing passive.
Who's cheating?
I'm like right in fucking front of you, dog. No.
There you go.
Cheater team. Cheater equals power. Cheater. Me battery. Do you know the
Who?
The guy that keeps accusing everyone of cheating?
Oh, dude, we go way back. We got a lot of history.
I figured this because every time he's on, you're fucking on.
Yeah, dude. Feel like have fun.
How?
Move it.
So, I really,
Hey, Revolver, who left the game, man?
So, me battery, I want to ask you something. So, all those times that I was, like, screaming and shit in your lobbies, were you able to actually hear it, or were you just ignoring me?
When were you yelling?
I was yelling a whole bunch of times whenever I was in your lobby. Or lobbies. Because, no, I'm talking like a long time ago, because I don't play this game as often as last time.
Oh, man.
I don't know. I hear it all, but I also tune out a lot. That's how locked in I am.
Ah, very good, very good.
Yeah.
Are you a dad?
Are we rushing in? Or are we doing sneaky beaky like? Throwing smoke. Throwing a grenade. Deploying flashbang. Smoke. Decoy. Throwing fire.
Me?
Move it, son. Laying down smoke. Throwing smoke. Deploying flash.
What the fuck am I doing on these teams? What?
Deploying decoy.
Jesus.
Why the fuck was I moved to this fucking team, bro?
Do you like the team over there or no? Maybe they need your help.
Hell no, I don't fucking like them.
Do you like me? Narcissist.
I love you.
Oh, thank you. Get over here. Press M. Get your ass over here. Son.
I can't.
Oh, it's full? Fuck. Well, that sucks. Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
if you have to... Hey, Revolve, if you have to cook me, you have to cook me.
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Terrorists win.
Watch out. These boys have got a bit of an arsenal of these. Flashbang. Throwing flashbang. Throwing flashbang. Throwing grenade. Decoy. Throwing fire. Smoke. Counter-terrorists win. There you go. Get up. We're going in. Throwing smoke. Deploying flashbang. Grenade out. Deploying decoy. Grenade out. Deploying flashbang. Grenade. Throwing flashbang. Terrorists win.
Yes.
Let's go. Laying down smoke. Flashbang. Throwing a grenade. Throwing smoke. Incendiary. Deploying flashbang. Throwing fire. Decoys out.
Try.
First one to try.
Try.
I'm trying to be nice. Oh, I'm not gonna say that.
You're trying to be nice.
I'm trying to be. No, I'm not gonna say that because yeah.
Say it. Say it.
Yeah, you're making me buffer and shit. I'm like trying to revert back to like.
Say it.
You know.
Let's make this Vegas rain. Smoke. Throwing flashbang. Grenade out. Flashbang. Grenade out. Deploying decoy. Grenade. Grenade out. Incendiary out. Incendiary.
Easy. Easy. Easy.
Terrorists win.
Go, go, go. Laying down smoke. Flashbang. Throwing a grenade. Throwing fire. Throwing flashbang. Throwing smoke.
Bomb has been planted.
Defusing the bomb.
Has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
All right, all right. Move. Smoke. Flashbang. Grenade out. Throwing flashbang. Laying down smoke. Grenade out. Deploying flashbang. Grenade. Throwing fire. Throwing a grenade.
Counter-terrorists win.
Piece of cake, so this. Come on, you jump. Smoke. Flashbang. Decoy. Incendiary out. Flashbang. Throwing flashbang. Laying down smoke. Deploying flashbang. Throwing a grenade. Incendiary out. Let's have at it, mates. Throwing smoke. Throwing flashbang. Grenade. Grenade out. Flashbang. Laying down smoke. Flashbang. Decoys out.
That's good. There's a. I don't know. I mean, preparing it for later, yeah, but then you have time. You have all the time of your life to prepare. You know, like.
Yeah, I've
all
already
of
been
it.
working on that one.
Like there's actual fucking mandates lurking
What's
around
my
you,
team doing?
and then you're like, oh, I'll be prepared for the later future by taking advantage of me when I'm a younger age. Like, what the fuck? No, that's not how that works. If anything, just makes it worse.
How?
Decoys out. Throwing smoke. Bomb has been planted. Incendiary.
Saving on the 7th round, really?
Oh,
GG.
Rastafari. Very good.
I kind of want to move over to Alpha.
I don't want to fucking play this game anymore. I'm gonna kill myself. Okay.
Again?
Well, again? No. Me battery. Look at my shit. Look at this. It's a very beautiful gun.
Let me see. Throw it. Let me get
Look, here. Come here. This is it.
Where'd it go?
Fucking shit-stained faggot took my. Oh wait, here it is.
Wow.
You like it?
Oh, that's fancy.
Swung 2.0 over here.
Yeah. It's nice.
Easy. Double kill.
I know you don't get it, dude, but I'm gonna stick my hand out and reach it in my ass and say, I don't think you mean easy. I think you do well. Yeah? Go to steal your fucking skin like that of a pig, motherfucker. Say easy one more time.
Easy one more time?
Easy.
Oh, get shit on. Get fucking shit on.
I killed 5 because I love it.
Follow the bomb. Follow the bomb.
Yeah, follow the bomb, guys.
Give me bomb.
Follow the faggot bomb. Go follow. You know, they actually made a gay bomb in
Have a bomb
World War II. Yeah.
Guess where's bomb?
Yeah.
You.
Yeah.
So you just called yourself. Nah.
You know, I've called myself worse. I've been killed worse by worse. You know, back when I was a part of the Hitler Youth, I was actually like a pretty cool guy.
Jeez, Revolver.
No, I was never If I'm over here, they wouldn't accept me in there, even if I tried. Which I did try. Which I didn't try. Guys, they're all pussy here.
Which I
Go
did
get them.
try.
Go, guys, kill them. Guys, you have to kill them.
They're defusing.
No, we're not.
They defuse.
Oh, you guys are fucking gay, you know that? I will fucking end you.
Not again. Chap, stop scaring me. Well,
I know.
I'm feeling it. Ugh. I don't want to feel yet. That's also how. Oh my god, Uncle Terrence!
I got you, son.
Thank you. Is your name Terrence?
No.
Okay. Don't tell me your name. I don't want you to give out private, personal, pussy information. So I don't know why I put pussy there. My bad. Can you get the fuck on the bomb site, Jack? Get fucking Jack Black at night. Dick and ass. Go now. Press the bomb and put it on the site. Good. I'm not going to patronize you for that. Good. Thank you for doing your job as an Iranian IDF soldier. Go! There's people flanking again, but this time they have big bombs and shit.
I said nuh-uh.
Terrorists win. We cannot be killed.
Chode or Chud? Chode?
Yeah, I know you want them.
No, not you, nigga. You're
I'm going long A. Long
You're
A
going
bomb.
Guess what I'd rather be
I
called
want
that.
Noob to show me his penis.
I can't.
An half chub. I know that motherfucker's older than me. I know he's older than me. There's no... Ooh, is that a shotgun? Oh, with little ammo? No wonder he fucking died. Fucking retard, mongrel boy. Alright, let's go on, fellas. Yep. Oh my god, help. I'm gonna die. This guy has terrible fucking... Dude, why did you save me? Oh wait, he didn't kill me.
Yeah, you might want to check that. He's still alive.
Is your name Human? Was your name Human earlier?
No.
Oh, who was the other guy that was named Human?
Why don't you click on my profile and
Sounded
click
like
on my
a
name?
fucking faggot. Oh, sorry.
You know, you just go to my
You know I
profile
don't mean it.
and click on my username to see my previous usernames.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Those guys walling. Sharp face walling.
Do it. I can't
Sharp
tell.
face walling. Yeah, you're a bit of a retard, Sharp Fade. I don't want to see you in my lobbies again.
Now kick him. Right on cue.
Get him out of here.
That's right, sis.
You almost got him.
He's actually hacking. Get him out of here. Thank you. I want buy me jackass sticker capsules now.
I don't have money.
Okay, well, one of you guys buy me jackass sticker capsules. Give me like 500 or something. I like the skulls and shit.
Help. Help me.
son.
Oh my god, he's fucking dead. There's a guy with a shotgun on the corner here. Just so you know. Dude, I don't understand, but Jack.
Oh.
I'm like.
Those two things together.
Yeah, never mind.
I'm planted.
You know what I hate in this game? Misogyny. Well, that too. But misogyny.
Just come by.
Knew it.
Very good, very good. Oh fuck, I fucked it up. Damn it.
Swung 2.0 right here.
Please stay away to heaven.
I know like Civil War harmonica songs.
Harmonica leaves.
Back when harmonica was cool.
But yeah, Civil War, yeah,
It's
ever
still-
since then it's been for faggots.
It still is cool. The harmonica still is cool.
Yeah? You might be
Yeah.
a faggot.
I know I am.
Are you actually gay? Get the fuck over your toothbrush. You're standing still with a fucking bomb. You're doing anything but
Toothbrush,
jack
I
dick
am
for a
going to
fucking
kick
team in
you.
society, you black dick ass bitch. Fucking hell. Get the fuck over here. Shoot me all you want, but it ain't gonna bring your fucking dad back, you fucking inbred built motherfucker. I cubed that of a fucking donut. God damn it. Get the fuck on site now. Watch the retard type. Let's see. It's like the monkey typing in a fucking typewriter.
That was
See, will you write Shakespeare this time?
very,
Go! Get on
sus.
fucking site!
Yo, it's open.
Took you long enough.
Okay, it's not funny when you do it. No, I'm fucking with you. I love you, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm such a dick, I know. Yeah, I know. Oh my god! Oh, I did it. Oh, I did it. Wow. This is good. Boil me alive and turn me into crawfish. Very good.
I got this sawed off for you. Get over here, revolver.
Oh, thank you. Can you get me my revolver next time? Because I really don't appreciate that. Oh, you got me? Oh, thank you. Very good. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh my god, this fucking terrorist is fucking amazing. Look at him. He's fucking like sleeping on the job.
That's easy sleeping.
I don't give two fucks who it is. If that man sleeps at 8 o'clock in the night, he deserves to get castrated by Mahatma Gandhi? Whoever's the bald motherfucker that... Whoever's the guy that raped women or whatever. Well,
Yeah,
also
I was supposed to do a research project on him.
If you ever... Who's jerked off in a jacuzzi? Say I. Bro, can it fucking not, bro? Fuck.
Someone want to get the ball?
I am peeking that. Yes, I got you, noob.
You know what's funny? I was talking about a very nice story. No, it wasn't. It was disgusting.
I'm kind of sad I missed it.
What story was
Yeah, you are. I know you are. That's why I put
I'm
it
also
there
sad I
leverage so
missed
you can
it.
join our team so you don't fucking kill me again.
I can switch over if you want.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Not. Oh, sorry. Get the fuck over here, please. I'm unstable right now.
I can tell.
Okay, well that sucks.
Okay, who we gotta kick?
I don't think we're kicking anyone. These are all very good, valuable people on our team that just started that are also gay. Like for example, Four and our Tev. Oh man, I'm inbred. Let's see. Wow, look at this guy.
I was gonna say, I know someone.
Alessandro, PH85, the KD of a god.
I was gonna say I know someone to kick, but they removed the feature where you can kick yourself.
No, you could totally do it in what's it called? Commands? He's sniping. Don't pick that shit. Dorky. I don't want to see you die. Very good kill. I really appreciate that. Oh my god, what a fucking section.
Hey, Revolver dude, can you tell me how to call a vote against myself in casual?
You could search it up on Instagram.
Instagram?
Yeah. What? Do you not use Instagram? Do you use TikTok or some shit?
No.
No, you don't use any of it?
No.
Good. You
None of
don't
the
use
above for
Gmail
that.
either. Do you use Gmail as well or no?
I use Gmail for something.
Dog, did you go to prison for 10 years, my guy? The fuck?
No, I don't search up anything on I just use it to run
Oh, wow.
like trades
Holy
and
cow.
that. That's all I really use it for.
Very good. I wish I had a 10-year badge. And I could realize how much time I wasted in my fucking life.
If they gave 20 years, I'd have one of those.
I can hear the beard on you from coming in.
I'm stuck. I'm
stuck.
stuck.
Fraud. Maybe it's because that fat fucking idiot on our team is standing on you. I don't want to peek that.
I'm not peeking that. Let's go. Goodbye.
I'm not peeking that either. No, I don't want to die. I want to die from outside. You know,
I bomb.
Grip Chicken Suicide is that. Practical Jokers were onto something when they said that. What the fuck are we shooting at? Ideas and figments? That's why you fucking died. That's why you killed our fucking friend because you were shooting at figments, you fucking Nimrod. No, I'm joking.
I know I am.
I'm joking. Oh my god. Kill him! I'm joking.
That's kind of the point.
What?
I almost got kicked.
What? For what? Join your fucking team.
For saying
bro.
easy.
Join your fucking team.
See you later.
Join our team. If they're gonna be faggots about a 2-letter word, then fucking
Don't follow
2-letter
me.
abbreviation. Kill them. Kill your fucking teammates. Dude, can you kill your teammates? Oh no,
That's for sure.
Don't do it anymore. Don't do that anymore.
Do it to me, do it to me, do it to me.
Ew. Go.
I don't think you can do that in casual.
Yes, you can. You just shoot them in the back with the shotgun. Slows them down.
Oh yeah, that's true. You can get them to get killed.
Yeah, you can get them killed. Sadly, you can't get
You guys
them.
make me want a calzone or some shit. Actually, no, I ate like 7 fucking tacos like a glutton. I drank a whole bunch of water afterwards.
I think
so
this
it's
guy's
like,
about to die.
Like it diluted my fucking diluted my stomach acid, so it was just staying there for a long ass time. And I just want to vomit now. I want to vomit it all out. It's not good.
Okay, I'm gonna grieve this round.
Okay, you do that, girl.
What did you say?
My bad, Megan. My bad. You're right.
What did you just say?
He said you do that, girl.
You go, girl.
No,
You go,
after
girl.
that one.
It's your month or some shit, dude. You fucking do something.
Grieving time.
Isn't Black History Month the same thing as Gay History Month or some shit? Gay History year. Every month is Black History Month. Send this. Guys, there's people flying these, please. We gotta kill them. Guys, please. Guys, there's people flanking me. I'm scared. I need daddy with me.
I got you, son.
No, fucking nasty. Go. Good job.
I got him.
Good job. Blow job. Oh my god.
Son, no.
Can we kick on Lissandra with the amazing, beautiful KD
Can we
and
kick
profile
the
picture?
AFK, guys?
God
Please.
bless him.
Thank you.
God bless this guy. God bless this guy. You know, Send him off with some flowers and a rosary, all colored in white because godliness is the sign of white. Can you get him out of here, please? Kick him. F1, the button. On your computer. Ah, fuck you. That's why he fucking died. That's why your friend's gonna die right now. Yeah, kick him. Get him out of here. We really don't need this fucking guy on our team. We just kick him. There we go. Thank you.
Hey, dude, you can join us now.
Alright,
dude. Join us. Join us.
So, Toothbrush, how do you like the grief anger?
I'm trying to be a fucking schizo, bro. I'm like, I know too many people that like just disarm me. You guys disarm me if you know me like that. So I can't just be a fucking schizo and
Double
be like,
grief.
what the fuck are you talking about? You know?
Ow! Oh, why'd you die? Did you give you permission to die?
No, Noob is a sexual predator. That's okay. We forgive him for that.
No, it's not Noob that died. It's someone else over here.
It's okay. It's okay. You could take the blame for him, but in the end of the day, I'm not gonna say that. Yeah, you're gonna all listen to this. You're gonna be on the list.
I know.
You're gonna be on the list.
Ready on 100 different five. 100 different five, yes.
Yeah?
Oh, I need to go back to school for that one.
Let's throw a flash into Ivy. How is he not blind?
Revolver, you know what time it is. Revolver, you know what time it is.
What time is it?
Summertime.
Damn right, it's summertime. And show your brown knuckles to everyone. Guys, go.
Okay. Assistant seeker, please help me fall.
Flush them out! Flush them out and kill them all! Very good, thank you for the volley. And then I'm just not gonna get a fucking MVP for that because we're gonna lose anyways. Yeah, that's the song called "I'm a Retard" and I don't know melody from the hair of my ass.
That's called the South Always Wins. Bombs going mid-air.
Okay, who wants to get grieved this round? Toothbrush, since this is how we do it. See ya.
Okay, that's all I got.
Planning it B.
Toothbrush, you need to learn how to scout.
You need to learn how to play the fucking game, Toothbrush. I fucking hate you, dude. I don't hate you. I'm way too harsh, man. I'm sorry. I'm way too harsh on my teammates, you know? Very good.
No, you need to be harsher.
I'm this close to fucking kicking you. You're lucky you know Noob. You're lucky you know Noob.
Hey, no, kick me if you want. If you feel like it.
Jesus fucking Christ. Every time this little fucking cretin just goes down here waiting for a free kill. No, I denied once, denied again.
Hey, Revolver, if you want to kick me, just kick me.
I'm not gonna fucking kick you.
Why? You just said you wanted to.
I'm lazy. Too fucking lazy for that.
I would call vote on myself if you no longer do it.
Yeah?
Yeah, you can't do it anymore.
Okay.
Kinda annoying sometimes.
No, yeah, me too, sister. Give him hell. They prepare for hell. Bye-bye, lady good bitch. Lady good bitch. The women, they prepare for hell, yes? It's better 6 rounds shot than 6 rounds reloaded.
Oh, sorry.
Plant.
What do you think I'm doing?
I don't know, jerking off, bro? I don't fucking, dude, you're not doing jack shit.
I already did that today. So
That's
no.
actually disgusting. You know what makes you smell like shit if you do that? Oh my god, he
no,
got
not
to
really.
the wall. Fucking hell. No, it makes you smell like shit, yeah. Masturbation makes you smell like shit because your hormonal imbalance gets put into play. That's why. Just don't be doing that shit. First of all, it's blasphemous. You don't need to be doing that. Second of all, your testosterone goes lower when you do that. Third of all, you cannot be fiending for tang, dog. Like, there's
Do
no
it.
fuck.
Do it.
That's nasty. That's fucking disgusting.
Do it.
Don't be doing that.
You're just going on a whole rant about everything in
Muslim?
existence.
Because if so, you don't gotta worry about it. You actually gotta worry about that even more, dude. It's fucking Muslim.
Yeah, I know. You're one of them.
I wish. Then I'd be able to have a free house and shit in the right place.
Oh,
God, this guy's
yeah,
fucking AIDS. Oh, I'm taking that shit now. That's a scar.
We're down to auto sniper.
Oh, fuck
and we
you,
can
I'm
end this
taking that.
peacefully.
I smell like MVP. Smell good.
We're down to start, we can end this peacefully.
No! Leave me alone.
No.
Leave me alone.
Hey dude, we have an auto sniper on our team.
Well, I stole it from someone. So I don't know.
An auto sniper's an auto sniper.
If you
I wish
stole
he
it,
had
it's
the
okay.
same fee- I
Just
wish
throw
he
it
had
over
the
the
same-
fence when you're done.
Yeah, I got you. I wish you had the same fucking like intuition for that for kicking out the illegals in our fucking country.
He's Canadian.
I do have.
Oh, you
I do
killed
have
this
the
one!
same thing.
Fucking hell! Get him out of here!
Guess what? I have the same passion for both.
Oh my god, my eyes are white.
What? Is it false that?
Nigga, it's not a racial thing. Are you retarded?
Not yet. Not yet.
Get on site. Get on site. Get on
I'm
site,
not going
bomber.
to bomb toothbrusher.
Toothbrusher. Get over here. Plant the bomb. You have to plant the bomb, or else we won't win the game because we're terrorists. We're supposed to terrorize or some shit.
Fact.
That's disgusting.
That's a truth nuke right there. I know.
What's hot dog?
The fuck? Wait, there's a hot dog in this game?
My tower.
We win because the cheater dies.
Yeah, I know you're that.
Cheater died. Cheater died. Loser. Loser cheater. I love it. Let cheater loser die. Bye bye, meat battery. Love you, man.
Easy.
Hope to see you again soon, man.
Easy.
Have a good one. Oh, he's gone. Wow. You guys don't fuck around with goodbyes.
Yeah, I know.
You leaving a revolver?
I don't know.
I got one more round in me.
Yeah, one more. Okay, we'll stay around.
Remember, this isn't the killing house anymore. This is real life.
Easy.
I know, but.
Oh, I love the domer. Go first, my different subject.
Easy.
Do something, test subject. Useless.
What's up?
What are your thoughts on the new user picture and everything?
Kinda cool.
Okay. Only kind of.
Why are you going with the new identity though?
Just felt like it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was kind of confused when I first saw it. I had no idea who you were.
Yeah. I didn't
like,
know
have fun.
I said I was doing something.
Gear up. I'm going on a windy walk here. Laying down smoke. Decoy. Deploying flashbang. Deploying flashbang. Flashbang. Counter-terrorists win. Clear line. Move it, move it. Throwing smoke. Smoke. Deploying flashbang. Flashbang. Deploying flashbang. Grenade out. Throwing flashbang. Throwing fire.
I got pre-fired so hard.
Flashbang.
Zone B. Oh, nope, that's... Never mind. Might be outside. Might be on silent.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why'd you save?
Deploying flashbang. Grenade out. Deploying flashbang. Throwing smoke.
Keep away for the ultras.
Ask privately with Duck.ai. Visit Duck.ai to check.
And it has, I'm like really trying to pay attention to how to use a hunting horn. This is not a weapon I use often. And also talking, it's very difficult. But Congalala has a skill on it.
What's wild is a lot of those age verification bills, well, they're passing more and more than you think. And there's actually quite a huge blow that actually kind of happened. Now, for anybody that doesn't know, Texas is one of the freest states in the country.
I get it. We
Not
like,
free enough for you to
would be
freely
tempted
browse the
at
internet
one point in my
without
life to sign
handing
up,
over
but-
your identification, I guess, right? But basically, over there, the Supreme Court basically allowed Texas to pass their age verification crap and unfortunately keep it for now. So, you know, this is one of those things where, listen, I like covering the positives, but sometimes you have to just talk about where we're at now. So more and more people wake up. You know, there's a good thing about, like, when bad things happen, right? Recently, if you haven't been following, PlayStation's getting bullied, okay? They're getting bullied because they're getting rid of our physical media, okay? They are literally hiding. It's crazy to see, right? Like, they posted this whole thing, like, 5 days ago about how they're getting rid of discs. Today, they talked about some fucking controller. Bro, everybody was in there literally handing their asses to them. It's literally actual cyberbullying. like, it's corporate cyberbullying, man. You know, it kind of looks like it's working. I think it's good to wake people up, okay? I think it's good to tell people shit around them is fallen, so at least they know, and at least they can fight it. Anyways, to go back to the old age verification stuff, I'm not going to keep you here too long. I'm sure it's a busy day for all of you. But basically, Texas had this thing called Senate Bill 2420, right? Now, 2420 was basically this bill, which is effectively requiring age verification and parental approval for application downloads on your iPhone or your Android device, right? You really are just picking your poison these days. So basically, the Attorney General, Ken Paxton, brother of, I guess, the villain from Fear, secured a major victory in the U.S. Court of Appeals, right? By defending Texas law that requires major app stores to verify user age and give parents greater control over the apps their children download. Now, Ken Paxton is a disingenuous motherfucker because a lot of these devices, whether you buy an iPhone or even an Android, and I've shown you through my channel, contain a lot of parental control devices. When you're buying your kid an iPhone or an iPod Touch, I don't even know if they still make those these days, a Mac, whatever the fuck, if you're in the Apple ecosystem, when you're going out and purchasing an expensive product, you can put your child, your minor child, in the iCloud family and basically designate them as a minor, right? Which is something that obviously any parent, I think, should do. I think it's great when parents use parental control applications. Holy fucking voice crack. I think it's great when parents use the parental controls that are provided to them. Because here's the thing, right? I didn't ask you to fucking make your little kid and push that booger through the world, okay? It's really a you thing, right? It's your kid. Why the fuck is the government getting involved babysitting your fucking dipshit? For you. Why are they ruining everyone else, right? Now look, a lot of politicians will come around and drop stuff like 80% of children 12 to 17 have been exposed to pornography on the internet. This is a national crisis hiding in plain sight. I introduced the Screen Act. And here's the thing, it's great that you want to protect kids, but you should be educating parents to parent their child. Look, kids are not just born and handed fucking phones, okay? It's not how it works. I feel, listen, even though that I don't necessarily agree with this, I think if you're going to a store to purchase a fucking iPhone or an Android phone or a computer or whatever, maybe at that point, if the government wants, have the person at the register look at my ID. Kind of like when I go to a bar sometimes and they ask me for, hey, can I see your ID before I give you a fucking, like, before I give you like a beer or something. Maybe do something like that, okay? Maybe something of that nature needs to happen. I wouldn't be opposed to some customer sales rep looking at my identification once, ticking a box on their purchase sale, saying, hey, this guy's above 18, and then selling me my iPhone, right? But even if you're a parent buying your kid a phone, okay, that's up to you, man. Like, what the fuck? So basically, what this law allows Texas to basically do is effectively Apple and Google, because Google runs the Play Store, Apple runs the App Store, which is, at least if you're in the North American region like me, the App Store is the only legitimate way, aside from third-party fucking side loading, right? Like, hey, I have an Apple account, 99 bucks a year, let me install a few apps here and there. No, the App Store is legitimately the only way for you to, that's the only way for you to extend functionality to your iPhone device beyond just what gets built out of the system. So basically, those guys are commercially responsible to create methods to identify an individual's age. So under the law, accounts belonging to minors must be linked to a parent or guardian account. Before a minor may download an app, the parent or guardian must receive notice of the app's age rating and provide approval, which can already be done underneath an iPhone with a minor attached to your family, okay? This is already something that can be done. It's just the parent has to put in like the extra 2 seconds to set it up. The law helps parents make informed decisions about the digital content that they allow their children to access. So basically, this only applies to app downloads and purchases by minors. So it sounds kind of fucking dandy until, again, you take the 4 picoseconds to realize the only way this shit is going to ever work is if every account is designated a minor to start. And in order for you to download applications or, I don't know, do any basic activities on your fucking phone, you have to go to Apple and do like an age verification check. Now, whether that be registering a credit card, which is probably the least painful, or whether that be handing over your driver's license or a photo of your fucking passport or something, getting added to some goddamn registry, getting added to an entire account that now has you completely fucking doxxed.
To Leo, buy one, get one snacks means maximizing his savings potential. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Better sleep is simple. Just track your activity.
Avoid blue
Exercise
light. Get
regularly.
adequate
exposure to natural light. Or maybe you just need a little more from your mattress. An adjustable base offers personalized.
That is the unfortunate future. And I think ultimately, look, aside from all the kids, because here's the thing, people are like, don't you care about the kids? Dog, I don't give a fuck about any of them kids. I only care about my kids at this point, okay? Simple as that. I feel like if you're a parent and you're making a child, it's up to you to secure your fucking kid on the internet. I grew up with the internet. You know what my parents fucking did when I was a kid? They put the computer, the family fucking computer, in the living room, okay? My dad was watching fucking cricket on TV. He would look over the other way and be like, oh, are you in a chat room, son? What are you talking about there, son? Or wait, are those people, do you know those people? My dad would be a hawk, okay? He would watch over what we were doing. Why? Because my dad was a dad that was like, shit, I don't want my kid getting molested on the internet. Better make sure he's not talking to some crazy child predators on the internet. You know what my school taught me in Canada? By the way, guys, if you ever talk to somebody online, never meet them in reality, okay? All right, I feel like very basic very basic cyber safety tips are just not being taught anymore. And is the world a little bit different today? Abso-fucking-lutely, okay? But ultimately, at the end of the day, parents, you have to also up your game and watch over little Timmy, okay? The state should not be using your baby as an excuse to invoke mass surveillance laws, to invoke all of these fucking things that can genuinely affect the future of the internet, okay? Right now, we're looking, remember, this whole thing started because we didn't want kids watching, pornography. Now it's extended to every social media site you can imagine, anything that might even have a hint of adult content, something that the government could consider one day to not be appropriate to minors for whatever vague reason can be restricted or heavily censored in algorithms and feeds around us, right? That's the world we're fucking enabling. Now, unfortunately, in this case, obviously, the Supreme Court basically declined to block this law. Now, remember, the Supreme Court of the United States is the highest court in all of the country. So to give you guys an understanding of how this sort of works, basically, the Supreme Court being the highest level of law in the country. So let's imagine, right? Let's say that you're like the state of Mississippi, for instance, right? I'm just picking this as an example. Let's say they invoke a law that is against the US Constitution, right? Something that limits your free speech. This whole Texas bill could be considered a limitation of somebody's free speech and free access to the ability to, again, invoke their speech on like third-party platforms. Again, you make a law that's going against free speech. I guess for argument's sake, right, for the extreme end, imagine if Mississippi made a law where it's like, you're now allowed to, I guess, purchase, I guess you're allowed to ban, or you're allowed to ban, say, Japanese people from, like, major cities, right? Insane law, right? Obviously very racist, very insane, wouldn't make sense. So the Supreme Court, from my understanding, kind of jumps in, and they're like, whoa, hold on, we checked this against the law of the land, and there ain't no fucking way you can ban Japanese people or limit anybody's free speech. That doesn't work. That's not okay. And basically, they axe out the law. It gets completely removed. You don't have to, even if the law exists, the Supreme Court basically invalidated it for the rest of the country. And I was kind of hoping, when it came to a lot of these age verification laws, that at the end of the day, even if, let's say, every fucking state passes it, right? Texas, California, New York, whatever, in varying different degrees, eventually the Supreme Court would come by and go, this is, like, not okay. This is absolutely bad. And because of their ruling being the supreme law of the land, that would actually be a domino effect to negatively strike a lot of these shitty age verification laws. Unfortunately, the opposite has happened, right? Texas, because they didn't get their shit completely revoked, or I guess they argued it better to the Supreme Court, kind of strengthens the case for all of the other things passing through. And remember, we have a federal one kind of coming through the fucking bill, like the Screen Act, for crying out loud. So yeah, again, it's not something that I'm totally okay with. It's not something, obviously, that I'm happy to even relay. But I think the only way to actually get by this is, again, to educate people about why these bills are bad, why they're ineffective, and ultimately the real agendas to why the stuff is being passed. Like, it doesn't matter who you fucking vote for. At the end of the day, every aisle of the world's governments are agreeing that getting rid of your encryption, getting rid of your privacy and safety, invoking all this mass surveillance is kind of the push that a lot of these governments and people want to make a reality in the world, right? I don't want to get into this whole, it's part of Project 2030, Project 2028, 2029. At the end of the day, mass control and mass surveillance is ultimately the goal of a lot of these government agencies anyways. You probably also noticed that, listen, there were even situations where starting July 7th, every car that is being sold in places like the EU are now introducing something known as an advanced driver distraction warning. So basically, they're going to have cameras and sensors in the car to detect if you're somebody distracted behind the wheel, right? Are you looking away too long? They're basically going to invoke some level of surveillance in your vehicle. Now, on the surface level, actually ain't that bad of an idea, right? A lot of people die by drinking and driving, right? But are we okay with cameras and sensors being in a vehicle, recording God knows what, sending it to where? Now, when I was looking a little bit deeper into this, ultimately, the big thing about this is that the regulations now, ever since we bitched, they made something known as a closed loop, meaning that basically the data that your vehicle processes to make sure that you're awake and attentive does not leave the vehicle or is transmitted to any automobile manufacturer, its servers, or any third party. Basically, your system, your vehicle, should be able to process all of that data and make the decisions without it ever leaving the system. Now, ultimately, the issues here is that there are no independent audits or mechanisms to ensure that those systems actually do run on a closed loop. We basically have to trust the fucking companies at it. And allow me to explain what the issue is with trusting the companies, okay? 5 years ago, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this, but there was an app called Flow Health, right? Now, Flow Health was basically this application that allowed women to keep track of their periods, okay? Now, I'm sure that there's no women watching this channel, but if you are, okay?
Now that I have my degree, I see myself as a stronger person because I've accomplished so much.
You have a period, probably, okay? You have a monthly cycle. You probably use something to track it, like an app. Well, it turns out the period app that women were using, well, they were just selling that shit to like Facebook. They were selling information without their consent, without their knowledge, over to Facebook, over to Meta, through a hidden tracking API in the app, okay? So women who were fucking menstruating, ovulating, all their pregnancy attempts, all that shit was getting sent over. You know, it's one of those reasons why if you're like a chick watching this, right, and you're like, what the fuck? Yeah, you can't trust any of these motherfucking corpos, bro, okay? All of this stuff is basically there for mass surveillance, and it's also allowing these big tech companies to get more and more invasive into our shit. Do you think that tech companies aren't fucking kind of getting a little bit of an erection right now that's probably lasting longer than 24 fucking hours? If they can get access to your personal information, if they can finally have government mandated doxed accounts that they're actually relaying to their advertisers, right? Imagine having the ability to say everybody that downloads Facebook, right, on their iPhones is like a actual every account has now been like verified through a driver's ID, okay? And not just that, imagine if Facebook isn't collecting the age range of a child themselves, but they can query the API from like Apple or Google or see what age range is downloading the app on their devices. Imagine just for a second what they would do with all of that information, right? It's disgusting, it's deplorable, and it's one of the reasons why I do self-hosting all the time. I fuck with open source stuff, even on the topic of periods. If you're a woman, use something like Drip, for instance, right? Which is an application that is open source, something that you can actually look at the literal like code of yourself and verify that these people aren't tracking your periods in a fucking nefarious way. You know what I mean? But look, I think it's kind of insane that laws are being passed where, again, to go back to the iPhone, right? I do not have Facebook installed on my phone, right? I have like FaceTime and I have my beautiful significant other there, okay? That's, oh my God, I do not want to call her in the middle of work. But the idea is I don't use Facebook. I don't fuck with it. I don't fucking engage with it, right? But now, because of Facebook, because of these shitty platforms, because of these shitty laws, if I want to download any other application, like a fucking SSH tool for crying out loud, like a Terminator tool on my phone, right? Or terminal tool, I need to now provide my ID to get just basic functionality on a fucking phone, man. Like, dog, what are we doing anymore, you know? So again, wake up, rise up. And again, the only way to really combat this is to actually call your representative, okay? Like, actually write to your representative. And I'm going to show you how to do that. So for instance, if you're in the state of California, you can go to findyourreplegislature.ca.gov, or you can just search for your state and find your representatives. And over here, you can put in your address, your city, your zip. This is a government website for crying out loud. So again, you're just here to find who represents you and then write them an email, okay? And again, what's fucked up is that only Americans can kind of do this because ultimately you guys are the ones running most of the tech companies in the world. So really, if Americans don't fight, the whole world fucking loses, okay? that's kind of the state we're at. So I implore you, I beg you, yeah, I'll fuck up. I'll do the Homeland. I'll suck your fucking dick at this point, okay? Just fucking call your boys and tell them this is stupid. If we can somehow get this shit turned around and the internet back to the free bastion we once really honestly took for granted. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mutahar. And if you like
how the Joker, Superman, even the Penguin giving Batman a hard time. But people always forget to mention the man in the mask, Bane. So the movie kicks off with Littlefinger taking Dr. Pavel and some hostages onto a plane. Brody's back on his snake arc as usual. He starts threatening the hostages, trying to get info on Bane. Tell me about Bane or I'm tossing you out the plane. But these dudes stay solid, stone cold. They ain't say one word, and I can't lie, they're better than me, because as soon as them doors opened and I felt the wind, I would have started singing like Usher. These are my confessions. I am not that loyal to anybody. Trust me, don't ever tell me any valuable information. I will snitch. Out of nowhere, we realize the last hostage is actually Bane. Bro just sitting there calm as hell. The mask, the posture,
The aura.
if I pull that off, would you die?
It would be extremely painful.
You're a big guy.
For you.
I can't even lie, the first time I heard Bane's voice, I was standing in front of a fan trying to imitate it. But I guess it just doesn't hit the same when you're 550 pounds lighter. Anyways, while Bane is distracting this man with Shakespearean poetry, his goons fly in with a whole nother plane. Yes, they were about to hijack another plane. They definitely got inspiration from my GOAT, Osama bin Laden. They latch on and start lighting up the CIA niggas. Nah, they were really torching them boys. Bane really hit them with the biggest pump fake. And just to show off, just to add that little seasoning to his aura, Brody gets up and rips off his handcuffs like they were dollar store zip ties. He minks Brody in the face and you already know that punch felt like a brick. Like, look at his reaction. Nah, he definitely can't feel his face. Bane really hit him with the devastation. They flip the plane, blow the tail off, smoke the rest of the crew, and extract Dr. Pavel's blood to fake his death. The whole mission was calculated to the molecule. And this guy right here thought he was allowed to survive, but Bane was like, nah.
Stay on the plane. We need a couple of more bodies on the wreckage.
Like, ain't no way he said this straight to his face. Nigga didn't even try to finesse him or backdoor him. He just looked at him dead in his eyes and said, you gotta die. And just to make things worse, just to add that little cherry on the top, this nigga says, I bet.
What? Boy, ain't no way, boy.
Never in my life of watching film have I seen this level of glaze. Like, oh my god. He literally just volunteered to die. Like, what is Bane doing to these niggas?
Get off that nigga dick, bro. What is you doing?
So yeah, Bane grabs Dr. Pavel, cuts the cord and shoots straight up to the sky. Now with the only nuclear physicist in his back pocket, Bane's officially got everything to kickstart his rise. It's been 8 years since anyone has seen or heard from the Batman. Bro went into retirement after dealing with that crazy ass clown. But on the bright side, Gotham has been peaceful. No organized crime, no chaos. Hell, people ain't even jaywalking. It's been as peaceful as Sunnyside. For now. So these two bozos catch Commissioner Gordon lacking in the sewers, and with all the confidence in the world, they decide it would be a great idea to bring the head of the police department right to Bane's hideout. Like, look at how excited they were. They probably thought Bane was gonna give him a promotion, maybe even a cookie, but that was a big mistake. Instead, he grabs this guy by the throat and breaks his neck. Like, damn, how strong is this nigga? Gordon quickly dives into the water trying to escape. They start letting it rip, but they couldn't confirm if they actually hit him. So Bane's like,
follow him,
and pops him. Bro really didn't give a fuck. He was really moving like Vaughn the entire movie. The next day, Bane pulls up to the stock exchange, ready to finesse all the crypto from the rich folks. He walks right through the metal detector like he owns the joint, alarm going off and everything. But he didn't care the slightest. Security tells him he needs to remove the helmet, so he's like, alright, bet. Nigga takes it off, smacks Shorty in the face, turns to his right and gives a co-worker this two-piece. The other guard whips out the strap only to get it blocked, weaves under, shoots the gun, pistol whips him, and pops him with the helmet. Yeah, Raja Ghul created a demon. They light the place up, catch up bodies, then Bane walks right through. This dude right here tries to play hero like this is some type of regular bank robbery or something. So Bane grabs Brody by the tie, then yanks him on the side, grabs his head and then smacks it on the desk. He definitely gonna wake up with a big ass plum on his forehead. Bane then completely crashes the market, wiping out Bruce Wayne's whole portfolio, leaving my boy broke as hell. Hopefully I don't find him on TikTok live begging for galaxies. The LAPD pull up quick, setting up a whole blockade, but Bane wasn't worried about no pigs in costumes. He releases all the hostages from the front, calm as ever. Then Bane and his crew follow right behind on bikes. Like they were dead ass hundreds of people in that building, and I would have been mad as hell being one of the unlucky ones riding out with them. Like, come on, bro, why me? They zoom past the cops, flying over them using the ramps like it's Fast and Furious. Then they swerve into an underground tunnel. It was a real high-speed chase, but right when they think they were in the clear, all the lights start shutting off one by one. Oh, y'all didn't know? Yeah, the boogeyman was back. He just passed with the bat cycle, got Gramps cheesing, parks up, then whips out this big ass gadget, gun, flashlight, I don't even know what it was. Shit was tough. He locks onto one of Bane's riders and shoots it, completely disabling his engine. Then this rookie ass cop pulls his gun out and tries to shoot at the bat. Like, gang, what are you doing? Even his sergeant was like, bro, put that shit down. Batman starts drawing all the police attention to himself because of course they think he killed Harvey Dent. This low-key messes up Bane's whole getaway plan because he needed the police on his tail. Batman then catches up to the last rider, somehow lifts the hostage in the air, then lets Brody crash right into the bat cycle.
21?
You stupid. He quickly runs and checks the iPad, but it was a little too late. The transaction already went through. But now every cop in Gotham was on Bruce's ass. So he's like, I bet. He hits the gas, rides off the truck, and dips right into an alleyway. Now all the police thinking they got him cornered, thinking it's GG's. But nah, this nigga flies out in the bat, a whole chopper. He was really flexing on these 9-to-5 workers like, there's levels to this shit. I know Foley was mad as hell, like bro had one job and that went left. After that failed plan, Bane wasn't too happy. And when a madman ain't happy, shit usually goes way left. Even Alfred Pennyworth was trying to talk some sense into Bruce. Nigga was watching Bane's highlights at the stock exchange like, damn, maybe we can't beat this one. Someone in Canelo's camp is probably doing the same thing right now, watching Crawford clips like, maybe this ain't the guy to fight. Bruce loses everything. Stock's gone, assets deleted, my boy's life bar is blinking red. The news even out here calling him a bum. Meanwhile, John Daggett, thinking he took over Wayne Enterprises, is feeling himself a little until he realizes all the control actually went to someone else and none of it was his. So this clown storms into the room demanding to speak to Bane. And of course, Bane shows up. This nigga then starts barking orders, yelling like Bane's his intern or something. Talking crazy to a man with a muzzle strapped to his face is wild behavior. Bane calmly turns to Stryver and says, "Leave us." Nope, he stays, "I'm in charge." Bane just places his hand on his shoulder and was like,
"Do you feel in charge?"
Yeah, we already know he was cooked. Stryver walks out, Bane grabs his face. Nah, Bane really moving like the devil himself. Now that Bane had the money, the doctor, all he needed now was Batman. And the way he pulled this off was low-key wild. Bro used Bruce's little tucky to backdoor him. Like, how did you catch Batman lacking? One of the smartest heroes out. I guess even Batman ain't immune to the hoes. You chase a little pum pum and next thing you know you're in some bullshit. I mean, look at my boy Shannon Sharp. Bro made $22.3 million over a 14-year NFL career. And the girl he was messing with finessed $23 million off him. Like, gang, she out-earned his whole Hall of Fame career just from giving out her cat. And I ain't even mad at her. Shannon Sharp. That's tough.
Audiences everywhere are raving it's the best Evil Dead movie since the original. Evil Dead Burn.
So Batman walks right into the cage, quickly realizing he's been snaked. My boy turns around and was like, "You've made a serious mistake." Gang, you're the one in the cage.